At this time, I would like to call the regular meeting to order. We will now hold the official swearing-in ceremony for our newly elected and re-elected board members. Okay. This is the official one, right? And then later on will be the ceremonial one, correct?
Correct.
Yes, I'm sorry. There you go. Go for it.
Okay, please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name,
I, Rodolfo Lopez Jr.,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance
and allegiance
to the Constitution
to the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution
and the Constitution
of the State of California,
of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations. All right. Dr. Arancibia, please raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I state your name,
I, Adrian Arancibia,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thanks a lot. Clerk of the Board, please call the roll.
Arancibia?
Present.
Emerald? Lopez?
Here.
Here. Lopez Zepeda? Here. Solis?
Present.
Aguirre?
Here.
This is the point in the agenda where members of the public may address the board on matters posted for the special meeting and in accordance with Government Code Section 54954.3A. The board will provide an opportunity for members of the public to directly address the legislative body concerning any item that has been described in the notice for the meeting before or during consideration of that item. Each person wishing to address an item on the meeting notice in closed session will have 2 minutes to do so.
I have one speaker, Mr. President. Tristan Lamb.
Hello, my name is Tristan Lamb, and I'm here to appeal the findings of an investigation that was brought upon me. This investigation was initiated by a family upset that their child was placed on the junior varsity team for the girls' basketball summer program at Bonita Vista High School. These allegations provided Assistant Principal Tyler Arciaga with an opportunity to exploit the situation. Tyler Arciaga, along with Christina Ada, has retaliated against me. I have irrefutable evidence that proves I was discriminated against and retaliated against. I also possess evidence of racial bias towards Sweetwater Union High School students. I have proof of unequal treatment for facility use where non-African American coaches were allowed to use the facility excessively compared to my use in the exact same situation. All the findings were upheld, yet my job was affected, while theirs were not. I have photographs and financial evidence showing multiple incidents of this discrimination. On October 22nd, 2021, I raised concerns about Tyler Arciaga's retaliation to the AP of Athletics, yet no action was taken. According to California state law, actions must be taken when discrimination concerns are raised. Meaning laws have already been broken. On October 16, 2024, in my appeal, I reported concerns of discrimination again. This time I included the district AD, HR, and assistant superintendent, along with clear and convincing evidence. The appeal findings were upheld with no acknowledgement of my concerns of discrimination. This cannot be ignored, and this is not going away. It has been 3 years, and my concerns have been ignored on every occasion. I have been left to suffer in a hostile work environment, severely affecting my mental health. I have evidence of other situations, as well as written statements from families of African-American students who have suffered discrimination at the hands of Tyler Arciaga and Christina Ada. There are also staff members at Bonita Vista who have openly expressed that Tyler Arciaga and Christina Ada show no support to staff and students of African-American descent. Thank you.
Noel Sanders.
Yeah. When does it start? Do I have to hit the green?
No, go ahead.
Okay, I'm here to appeal the findings of the investigation with Tristan Lamb. But really, it's more about the cover-up of the district employees. I, on June 5th, told Tyler Arciaga about a child sleeping with Tristan Lamb's stepson, and nobody reported it. I also told Estrada about this on the 17th of June, and nobody reported it. I continue to get paperwork from the district's office with the dates of August 2nd, and that is not when I first formally filed my complaint about alleged sexual misconduct between a coach on the campus and a player. I believe that it is the district employees' efforts to cover up my findings. Also, I don't agree with the dates. It wasn't done in a timely manner. It wasn't done with integrity, the investigation. When Estrada took over the appeal, I asked my athletic director if I should ask him to recuse himself because I knew of his relationship with Arciaga on the campus who conducted the first interview, and they told me no, that I should allow him the fair opportunity to do so. Mr. Estrada then manipulated dates. They kicked this can all the way down the road. I should have been sitting in front of the board in November. Not even November, probably October. Absolutely a misjustice to my child. I was offered a settlement to not sit before the board, to allow my daughter to play basketball if I would just not talk about this anymore. And I don't think that's fair. I think that the district should allow my daughter and not contest her playing because obviously the coach was fired. Obviously they found findings of what we said to be true. And I shouldn't have to be quiet about the misjustice of children and cover-ups for my daughter to play basketball. Thank you.
Were you wanting to speak too? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't have a card from you. What was your name?
Sean Sanders.
Okay, go ahead.
And I also wanted to contest the findings in this investigation. From the start of the investigation, June 5th, we had an hour-long conversation with Mr. Arciaga concerning our complaint. The initial reaction for him was to protect this program and alert the coach about the illegal transfer that they had in works. My child has been, was ostracized from her varsity team. The investigation throughout its entirety seemed to be covering for the adults that had a hand in her mistreatment. She had items stole from her. She had students attack her, all while under the supervision and care of this coach. None of those things were addressed in our complaint. It was dismissed from the beginning. Arciaga leaked information to this same coach about the findings in the investigation. That same coach was able to intimidate and address students on the campus concerning the answers that they had during the interview process. During the appeals process with Estrada, he did not re-interview those same players over again, although they were on campus with the same coach that was able to intimidate other students. He didn't re-interview them. He substantiated claims and findings on October 15th, according to his letter, while at the same time saying that he was interviewing other members of the staff at Bonita Vista High School on the 18th of October.
No further speakers?
If there's no further communication, I will recess the meeting for consideration of the following closed session items as posted on the meeting notice. Number one, student expulsion, suspended expulsion, reinstatements, Education Code 48916 through 48918, students identified by case and ID number. Number two, public employees evaluation, appointment, transfer, Government Code Section 54957. Number three, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, Government Code Section 54957. Number four, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, paragraph 1 of subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9. Number five, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, paragraph 2 of subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9. Number six, conference with labor negotiator, Government Code Section 54957.6. We will now adjourn to closed session. Everyone. At this time, I'd like to reconvene the regular board meeting. We will now hold the ceremonial swearing-in ceremony for our newly elected and re-elected board members.
Newly elected trustee Lopez, if you please step up to the podium. And with that, we will have the Honorable Assemblyman David Alvarez will be swearing in our newly elected trustee, Rudy Lopez.
All right, Mr. Lopez, please raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I, Rodolfo Lopez Jr., do solemnly swear
I, Rodolfo Lopez Jr., do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California.
to the Constitution of the United States and to the Constitution of the State of California,
That I will take this obligation freely without any mental reservation
that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
which I am about to enter.
Congratulations.
Okay. Yes. And now we'll ask Ms. Delia Arancibia. Here you are. She will be swearing in Dr. Adriana Arancibia.
Okay, repeat after me. I, Adrian Arancibia,
I, Adriana Arancibia,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic.
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California.
that I take this obligation freely
That I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation,
without any mental reservation,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
the duties of which I'm about to enter. I guess I have friends here that came for the cake, they said. I would like to reconvene, I'm sorry, I would like to take a short recess. Please help yourselves to some cake and cookies that we have here for everyone, all right?
We're all set then.
Of the newly installed board. Congratulations, Trustee Lopez.
Thank you.
I'd like to reconvene the regular board meeting. Clerk of the board, please call roll.
Arencibia?
Present.
Emerald? Here. Lopez? It's Mr. Lopez.
That's you.
Lopez Zepeda? Here. Solis?
Present.
Aguirre?
Here.
Davis? Here.
And now we'll hold a moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance. Please place your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And so the board met in closed session preceding this meeting to discuss the following issues. Number one, student expulsions, suspended expulsions, reinstatements, Education Code 48916 to 48918, students identified by case and ID numbers. Number two, public employee evaluation, appointment, transfer, Government Code Section 54957. Number three, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, Government Code Section 54957. Number four, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, paragraph 1 of subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9. Number 5, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, paragraph 2 of subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9. I apologize. This paperclip, there it goes. Number 6, conference with labor negotiator, Government Code Section 54957.6. The board took the following action. Moved by Solis, seconded by Lopez Cepeda, to approve the reinstatements of 2 students with a vote of Arancibia, yes, Emerald, yes, Lopez, Cepeda, yes, Solis, yes. Moved by Lopez Cepeda and seconded by Solis to approve the appointment of Moena Santi as principal option secondary independent study with a vote of Arancibia, yes, Emerald, yes, Lopez, Cepeda, yes, Solis, yes. Okay. At this time, I will entertain a motion to approve the agenda for the December 16, 2024 regular board meeting with the change that the board will consider board agenda items J8 and J9 and J10 after the DAAC report. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Davis?
Yes.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Solis? Motion passes 5-0.
And now Dr. Aguirre will conduct the first 2 recognitions this evening.
Thank you, President Arancibia. So the first recognition is to express our gratitude on behalf of the district to you for having served as board president over the course of this last year. Your leadership, your insight, the ability to work and focus us on how we can ensure that we're supporting our students, and your particular lens of a community college professor, how can we support our students through all of the different dimensions that we bring, I think truly adds a rich dimension to our Board of Trustees, to the leadership of our district. So wanted to present this to you to express our gratitude for serving as board president over the last year. Thank you, Dr. Arancibia.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Aguirre.
Go, guys.
1, 2, and 3.
All right, we're going to get our steps in today.
Yes.
So, the second recognition we would like to make this evening is to Board Vice President Elba Lopez Cepeda. Ms. Lopez Cepeda, your insight as a former teacher and the ability to, again, center our work on those instructional strategies, asking questions about how our work helps inform the work that we do as a school district, helps invaluably to help us center our conversations so that we get beyond the operational pieces to really what it is that we do, which is our instructional and educational program. So with that, we want to say thank you and express our gratitude to you, Board Vice President Elba Lopez Cepeda.
Oh, let me get out of your way.
One more time.
We're gonna walk.
Or after? Okay.
And now, the board is very pleased to recognize staff from Castle Park Middle School for being recognized by School California PBIS for reflecting excellence in the implementation of a positive behavior intervention supports. School California PBIS helps build capacity for all stakeholders in the implementation of these intervention supports. We are very proud to recognize Principal Nina Hermosillo and the Culture and Climate Committee from Castle Park Middle School for this prestigious honor. Ms. Ms. Hermosillo, would you like to say some words before we show the video?
It's fine.
You're good.
No, you
Yeah,
can
you
come this way.
Jump in.
You're fine.
Yes.
Hold on. My
Thank you.
apologies.
Thank you to the school board and Dr. Aguirre for honoring us and recognizing us today. We are very grateful for the support that we've received. This is a testament to the dedication and commitment of our staff and students. At Castle Park Middle School, we are safe, respectful, and responsible, which are the tenets of the PBIS implementation. The video says it all. Thank you to Omar for creating the video and highlighting our program, and I couldn't have done it without our Culture and Climate Committee led by Ms. Carla Dillon. So thank you so much for this honor. We appreciate it.
Welcome to Castle Park Middle, where every student has a chance to thrive. How do we make this happen?
It's thanks to PBIS Positive Behavioral Interventions and Supports, a proactive approach to teaching positive behavior.
Hi, I'm Nina Hermosillo, proud principal of Castle Park Middle School. I'm incredibly grateful and fortunate to have stepped into the principal role at Castle Park Middle School, where such important work was already going on. Last year and this year, we continue to build on this foundation, fostering a positive and supportive environment for students and staff.
PBIS supports students socially, emotionally, and academically. We focus on positive behavior, not punishment.
When I see my friends being kind, it makes me want to do the same.
It all starts with our core values: respect, responsibility, and safety.
Respect means listening, responsibility is turning in your work, and safety, that's about making sure everyone feels secure.
We celebrate positive behavior with rewards. Students love earning tickets for doing the right thing.
Parents play a big role too. PBIS is a community effort that extends beyond the classroom.
El conocer el programa me ha ayudado a reforzar de manera positiva en casa. Aquí en la escuela se manejan como de recompensas los boletos rojos y pues llega muy entusiasmado, contento, quiere participar en las actividades. Pues nos ha ayudado mucho, estamos muy contentos. Me ha asombrado demasiado todo el equipo de la escuela y los maestros y la comunicación que tienen.
At Castle Park Middle, PBIS is about building a positive, supportive community for everyone.
That's led to an overall
positive impact between how students treat each other and how the adults and the students interact as well.
We are excited to continue our PBIS journey and are excited for our school's achievement in being recognized as a PBIS Bronze School. This accomplishment reflects the dedicated work of our staff and our Culture and Climate Committee, which have been instrumental in guiding our PBIS efforts school-wide. I am grateful for the continued support and encouragement from the San Diego County Office of Education, the Sweetwater Union High School District, and our Castle Park Middle School community. Go Knights!
All right, and if we could do a quick photograph with the team.
Come on up in front. We'll stand up behind.
Hold it up a little higher, just a little bit. Higher, higher. No, I'm just kidding. Now you're good. All right. Here we go, guys. Ready? 1, 2, and 3.
Congratulations, Nina. Thank you so much for everything you do.
Nina.
Oh, Nina. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot. I think I done Barry now. Come on. Thank you again, Castle Park Middle leadership. Thank you so much for that. We will now have a message from Superintendent Dr. Moises Aguirre.
All right. Thank you, President Arancibia. Good evening and buenas tardes to everybody. Welcome to our December 16th meeting of the Board of Education, our last meeting of the calendar year 2024. Today marks an important date in that we swore in our re-elected trustee, Dr. Arancibia, welcomed a new trustee, Mr. Lopez. Welcome aboard, Mr. Lopez, and congratulations to both you and Dr. Arancibia as you begin the journey of this new term. As we get this December meeting started, here's a brief summary of what has been happening across the district since our last board meeting. And again, this is only a summary. There are a lot of activities going on out there. Since our last board meeting, here are some of the events that I have been able to attend and some of the schools I've been able to visit. There was an advisory committee to the San Diego State College of Education. Those meetings are really starting to bear fruit as we're starting to hear how they're engaging in a more robust way with the community here in Chula Vista and the South Bay more broadly, along with the city of Chula Vista. So we really welcome San Diego State to have a bigger footprint and presence in the South Bay. I had an opportunity to attend a meeting regarding the challenges and opportunities for the California and Baja California binational region. And something that seems to be getting more attention or traction is the educational relationship that exists in our region. So that was a really interesting meeting, as well as kind of just robust dialogue around the different issues affecting our binational region, as well as issues that are anticipated to be coming forward. Also participated along with Dr. Arancibia and Mr. John Tchaikovsky, our Director of Safety and Security, on a panel presented by the California School Boards Association, and the topic was regarding behavioral threat assessment. The work that we're doing in our district really is a model across the state, and how do we work to ensure that we're working to keep a focus on safety across all of our schools. Also had a meeting with the City of Chula Vista administration regarding the Millennial Library and possible participation by our district. There will be more to come on that, but we're really excited in how we can participate more robustly and be more engaged as the city fills out the Millennia Library. Had an opportunity to attend the 57th annual band pageant hosted by Southwestern Community College, and I think it included most, if not all, of our schools, and it was a wonderful event. A lot of our staff was out there, teachers, administrators. It was a great way to showcase the talent that our students have. And thank you to all the band directors and to all the teachers for helping ensure that our students have access to that program. Participated in meetings with San Diego County Office of Education regarding potential election implications, and just at this point, it's really a brainstorming of some of the implications that may come our way. I also had the honor to present an award at this year's Prep Pigskin Report presented by KUSI. That was pretty neat, and again, got to see some of the student athletes across our region and really the great work that they're doing. Had an opportunity to attend and provide opening comments to the Dual Enrollment Symposium at Southwestern Community College, where many of our staff, our counselors, administrators attended, and really the focus there was around how we can continue to engage our community college partners so that our students can have those opportunities there as well. A number of us attended the California School Boards Association's conference, where we were proud to announce that our sports clinic program received the coveted Golden Bell Award. I believe this is the second time in 3 years that our district has received a Golden Bell, which really is the CSBA's method to acknowledge good work and great work that's going on across the state in the field of education. Had an opportunity to attend the groundbreaking for construction of the stadium at Chula Vista High School. I know that's been a project long time in coming, but there was a lot of excitement that's building in the community around that construction project. Also visited at Chula Vista Middle School to attend the Principals Professional Learning Community Meeting, where principals really have an opportunity to discuss issues regarding academics, operations, budget, facilities, the whole 9 yards. So it's really a great opportunity for us to have those conversations there. Also, there was a meeting of superintendents who serve on the Special Education Local Plan Area, otherwise known as SELPA for its acronym, and we got to hear some of the things going on with our special education program. And lastly, on Friday, attended a performance by the Ballet Folklorico at San Isidro High School. They put on a wonderful program, and it's a great way to showcase right before the holidays. Again, there are many, many events going on throughout the district, and all of them serve to highlight the incredible opportunities our students have and just how great our students are doing out there. And it's an incredible honor to be out there to see the great work that's going on across our district. And with that, I wish everybody a happy holiday season, whatever holiday you may honor, and gracias por la oportunidad de servir.
Thank you, Dr. Aguirre. And now we will have a report from the Student Board Representative, Ms. Liliana Davis.
Good evening, everybody. During the early part of December, I had the pleasure of hosting my second in-person meeting with the district high school's ASB presidents, with attendance from our very own trustee Emerald. I would quickly like to extend my profound gratitude to Ms. Emerald and Ms. Fox for providing us with their insight and perspective on countless topics, as well as being so extremely flexible with their time in order to be there. However, before I discuss some of the issues raised in my meeting, as always, I would like to provide a brief overview of some of the activities that have been happening throughout the district's high schools. Although December has not been designated a special Heritage Month, it does contain celebratory days that are recognized internationally. However, as this year comes to a close, December invites families a moment to gather, reflect, and celebrate the love that keeps them connected. Especially for the seniors in the room, make sure to cherish these memories with your family. I know my mom is going practically insane trying to make memories with my older baby brother who recently got accepted into Cornell University.
Wow.
This December, make sure to unplug and spend some time relaxing with family, making memories that can last a lifetime. Specifically for high school students, as winter sports start, make sure that you continue to stay focused on your studies, especially during finals week and once we return. There are countless resources available for students and student athletes, so make sure to take advantage of all the tutoring sessions, Saturday school opportunities, office hours, and more. Stay motivated during finals week. I know it's hard, but it's only one more week. On another note, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge and commend all of our fall sports teams who made it to the CIF playoffs, and especially those who advanced to the state playoffs. Their hard work, dedication, and team spirit have not only brought pride to their schools, but have also served as a shining example of what it means to represent our district with excellence. I have no doubt that in the upcoming winter sports season, student athletes will excel all throughout the district. I myself am playing varsity soccer this season and see firsthand the hard work and dedication exerted from athletes not only on my team but all throughout the district. Speaking about our district, the voter registration drive has come to an end with more than 300 students registered on the very first day, which was hosted at my very own Olympian High School. Overall, we had about 1,400 students registered throughout the district. Our next voter registration drive will not be until 2026, and although there won't be any presidential election until 2028, there are still various impactful roles that should take into account everyone's voice. Additionally, while CPR training throughout the district is coming to a close with 9th and 10th graders across various campuses learning life-saving skills under the guidance of Ms. Christina Fox, who will shift her focus to middle schools after the start of the year, there are other pressing issues on campus that will directly impact students' daily lives. As a student myself, I fully understand the frustrations and challenges that arise when some students misuse the bathrooms, but the current restrictions are not the solution. Directly quoted from the Bonita Vista High School ASB president, the lines are outrageous for the 10-minute hall pass we have. I see these issues firsthand every day, and it's clear that closing bathrooms or limiting access isn't working. One bathroom open per gender is often split among the 2,000-ish students on each campus. And although each campus varies, that one bathroom only has about 3 or 4 stalls. Not only that, however, on a few campuses, 1 or 2 bathrooms have been turned into a staff-only restroom, further limiting student access, while the first and last 10-minute rule during classes make it even harder for students to use the bathroom when they need to. Fridays with shorter classes make this issue worse, allowing 1 or maybe 2 students to use the bathroom per period. This creates serious health concerns and safety concerns as students are left without proper access to basic necessities. I understand that students are doing things they're not supposed to be doing in the bathrooms. Don't forget, I'm a student too. However, limiting students' access to bathrooms altogether due to those students who are misrepresenting the student body is not the way to go about this problem. I believe a more effective and student-focused solution would be to address the problem directly with a PSA or public service announcement. Sharing a message through broadcasting systems like KOHS News at Olympian or BVTV at Bonita Vista could educate the student body about proper bathroom usage while emphasizing the importance of respecting these shared spaces. These broadcasting systems update students on school news, and a small public service announcement could be and has been evidently proven to motivate students to use the bathroom efficiently and keep those spaces clean, lessening problems and therefore increasing access to bathroom usage. We as students need accessible bathrooms, not unnecessary restrictions, and a PSA could be the key to creating a more understanding and cooperative school environment. Additionally, hopefully by the start of the 2nd semester, I have created a survey that will recollect data from all students across the district. By the January meeting, I will be able to provide insight from all types of students across the district and get various different perspectives of ongoing issues on these campuses. Being able to share perspectives provided from all types of students will allow me to better share to the board problems and solutions for ongoing and possible new obstacles going on in our district's high schools. Thank you especially again to Ms. Fox and Dr. Moore for making my vision of this survey possible. That's all from me tonight, and happy holidays.
Okay. We would now like to welcome the DAAC and DEAC presidents, Larissa Vergara and Beatriz Sanchez-Blevins, to present the report to the board.
Good afternoon, buenas tardes, o noches. My name is Beatriz Sanchez-Blevins, and I'm the DPAC representative. And we're here to report to you. We had 3 meetings the last few months, September of 2024, October, November. We discussed topics such as roles and responsibilities, elections of officers, Title I plan, LCAP overview, English learner assessments, new student representatives, which was a great addition to our meetings, and LCAP Goal 2, and also a UCP presentation. So at this time, I will go ahead and let President Vergara
Good evening, school boards and Superintendent Aguirre. Good evening, everybody. I am the DAAC president. My name is Larissa Vergara. I'm representing Montgomery High School. So for my input, this is the parent input regarding about the reclassification criteria and the annual notification that they receive on an annual basis. As far as systems and processes, parents would like to see explanation on the test score scale in the annual notification letter, particularly on the LPAC, what the score means, what's the scale, and all that stuff. So it's not clear to them while reading the annual notification. So perhaps we can add explanation in the back of the letter. And also parents would like to see information on reclassification at a school level support, and also inform parents if their child is not reclassified. Also, parents would like to know who will be the contact information for district notification, for example, for new parents who did not receive the annual notifications because they have no idea where to go, who to contact. And on the dual identification, especially for our IEPs, what type of criteria and support they need for IEPs, our English learners, and parents would like to see that, would like to know that. Increased programming on dually identified student, our EL and SPED. And for college readiness, especially the AP. For AP students that are reclassified, access to AP courses for reclassified student aiming to enroll in AP classes. They want to know what type of information or that we have. Impact of not being reclassified on college admission. This is very big for our parents because they would like to know the short and long-term impact of not being reclassified on college admission. Concerned about the effect on college admission limits on English learner students, and of course, monitoring AP courses access. And as far as communication and support to parents, parents would like to see multilingual support and translation to parents on different languages on the notifications. For example, provide translated materials on the language they speak. Increase communication and guidance for parents. We need more information, maybe meetings, informational meetings, especially for new parents in the district, and because they don't know what to do. Progress and update, informational meetings for parents for non-reclassified students, and availability for improving English proficiency, the tools that we have. At the school level, again, this is for new parents that needing this information. Parents need more information and resources on English learner, including after-school program and LPAC test preparation. We need to see that. And of course, we had a pleasure to hear Dr. Winter's presentation, and it was very well received. Thank you, Dr. Winters. And the value group feedback of the session, and it's very well received by our parents. And I'm gonna hand it to Ms. Blevins, the DPAC president. Thank you.
So reporting on LCAP Goal 2, which aims to create a safe and healthy learning environment by promoting equity and positive climate. So we're creating a safe learning environment for our students. Key themes and support: funding and tracking progress. Ensuring transparency and funding allocation is critical, is what many of the parents are requesting and would love to see more. Tracking progress on safety initiatives helps maintain accountability and enables improvements. So mental health and SEL services. This is a topic that is obviously many parents, community collaborators, distinguished board members, and Superintendent Aguirre. It's a very important topic for all of us given the tragic losses that we had today in this country. So it's imperative, as a parent, we speak for other parents that we need to ensure that our children have the best mental health resources out there, attainable. It sounds like many students are receiving some of that care, but there's others that are still in the shadows that we need to bring out of the shadows. And some of them may not come out because of stigma, because of humiliation, but as a parent, as community collaborators, as the district, we need to start identifying these students, learning to identify as a community, because it is imperative that we support our students in all capacity of mental health. Positive feedback from stakeholders, insights gained from DSAC, DPAC, and DLAC show community backing for initiatives indicating a unified approach to creating a safe learning environment. As Ms. Davis was saying, even just restrooms is so important. Some kids are intimidated to use restrooms, and then there's a lack of restrooms. It doesn't create a safe environment, so that's important to the students. In addition to the mental health outreach, we have mental health surveys, and that data is collected biannual. Outreach programs targeting students to provide support, that's monthly. And information dissemination, that's an ongoing. But what parents would like to hear more is the success rates. We want to know the tracking. We want to know the outcomes. Like, we can send all these surveys out. Fortunately, I have a student who communicates, I can't get him to stop talking sometimes, so that's great. But not all students are like that. So we need to make sure that we engage and we follow through with the tracking. Finally, community and parent involvement. Engaging parents effectively. Collaboration with parents is vital. Providing bilingual resources ensures all parents understand and contribute to the children's safety and wellness. Partnerships with agencies, establishing connections with community agencies enhances support systems. This collaboration is essential for addressing diverse student needs effectively. And in a final note, I just would love to add that many moons ago, I was at Emory Elementary, Mar Vista Middle, and we established community. And I think we need to bring that. I know some schools do have that, but we all need to just have a sense of community, foster that community feel, so that, Mrs. So-and-so and Mr. So-and-so can communicate with kids and teachers, and above all, support our teachers, because that would help them as well. And I want to thank you for your time, all of you. And I just want to say, Member Emerald, you were, I'm a little starstruck because I was I grew up with you, so I just wanted to say that. That's okay. Thank you for all that you did in our communities. Thank you so much. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays. Okay, the board will now consider board agenda items J8, J9, and J10.
Thank you, President Arancibia. Since these items all are relating to one form or another of our external auditors, I will ask Dr. Sokol to introduce the item. Dr. Sokol.
Thank you, Dr. Aguirre. And good evening, President Arancibia, Board of Trustees, and Superintendent Aguirre. So we have Elizabeth Sav with the district's audit firm Crow. She's here to present. These are the next few items, J8, 9, and 10, as was mentioned. We've got the district financials for the bond. The bond includes financials and performance, so for Proposition O and Measure DD, and then as well as our district financial audit. We've started our work back in March with the Audit and Finance Subcommittee, where the engagements for these audits were discussed at that time. We worked very closely with Crow and staff in the month of May, where the ASBs and instructional minutes were audited. And then also in August and October, on-site work was done with staff regarding the financial statements. A draft was also taken to the CBOC on the audits for the bonds in November. And then we were scheduled to bring forward all of the audits to Audit and Finance Subcommittee on December 9th, but unfortunately we did not have a quorum. So we're bringing them forward here, obviously, for board action, because they are statutorily due today, all of these items that the board will be taking action on. One thing I would like to note, all of these audits and reports that are going to be presented are the first ones since the district's gone on N4, because this is for fiscal year 23-24. So that transition happened from True Course to N4 in this past fiscal year, and we spent a lot of time with Elizabeth and her team with Crow looking at the details regarding that transition. So this is reflective of that work as well. And I'm sure Elizabeth will highlight some of the findings that we did have in years past related to True Course are no longer there. So I will hand over to Elizabeth.
Thank you. Thank you all for moving me up on the agenda. I greatly appreciate that. I do actually really enjoy listening to all the communities I get to go into as I listen to different board meetings. It's true. I'm not being sarcastic. I truly do enjoy seeing all the different communities and the kids and the swearing in of the new board members. But I do appreciate that, so I can make my plane flight tonight. So, all right. So let's get started with the Prop O bond, since that's what is up first. Like Dr. Stockhill mentioned, we did go through this draft with the CBOC back in November before it was finalized. I will state that what the CBOC got to review is unchanged. It is just signed and finalized at this time. So here, if you could just scroll down a little bit on that page, that very last paragraph. So this is the performance audit for Prop O. This is the portion of the audit where we look at compliance of the expenditures and the money spent. So we're making sure that the money that's being spent is in accordance with the ballot measure and the project list that was approved by the board. So you can see the very last paragraph there states, the results of our tests indicated that in all significant respects, Sweetwater Union met the objectives listed on pages 3 through 9 following this. And expended the Prop O GO bond funds for the year June 30, 2024, only for the specific projects developed by the district's board and approved by the voters. So at the end of the day, that's the paragraph that you want to read and make sure that the district's spending the money in accordance with the ballot measure. The following pages, Sweetwater Union High does hire us to perform an expanded performance audit. So above and beyond what the state of California requires us, there's also additional pages in there of different objectives that we've gone through. We've had that approved by the audit committee, as well as gone over it with the CBOC chair and made sure that we're covering all the bases that you want us to. And then we provide you what we did, the procedures performed, and the conclusions that were reached. So if you read this whole report, which I don't intend to go through every single one in essence of time, you're welcome. But we had no findings to note in any of the conclusions. So that's the important note there. And then that last page, that's the list of the specific expenditures that we audited in this current fiscal year. So we specifically looked at $517,000 worth of expenditures from Prop O, which seems like a pretty low dollar amount, but Prop O had a pretty limited amount of activity this last year. So I believe that it's ramping up again for this next year. Okay, and then the next report, this is the financial statement for Prop O. So a reminder, this is a point in time. This is very much changed since June 30, since you've had activity that's occurred since we've issued this opinion. But the opinion there is stating at the very top, that first paragraph, we have audited the financial statements of Prop O, general obligation bonds, as of and for the year ended June 30. And then the second paragraph reads, in our opinion, the accompanying, you'd think I'd have it memorized. The accompanying financial statements referred to above present fairly in all material respects the financial position of Prop O. That's an unmodified opinion, which is the highest level of assurance that you can receive at the end of an audit. So that's what you want to see when you're looking at an audit opinion there. And then there's that emphasis of a matter paragraph there. And that's just reminding the reader of the financial statement that this is just Prop O bond funds. This is not the district as a whole. And then the financial statements are following there for your review. Any questions on Prop O? Any specifics that I could cover? Yes.
And Prop O was approved to pay for what in particular?
So the project list, I don't, actually, if you scroll down a little bit there is the ballot language, probably page 8. I'm not sure. Actually, it's probably one up, page 7, sorry. Scroll down a little bit there. So it's specifically for construction projects. Oh, it's not there. Where is it? It's somewhere in this report. If you go back over to the first report, Karina, thank you so much for your patience. And go up to probably page 4. Let's start there. There we go, right there. So that middle paragraph, that's the actual ballot language that the voters approve. So it's specifically for these types of projects. And then from there, there is also a specific list that was approved by the governing board that our team members have next to them as they are reviewing projects, making sure, because some bonds are very general, and then some bonds are more specific of which project's going to be at which site. And so that's what we are looking at when we're making sure that the aquatic center is put into the proper high school or whatnot. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions on Prop O? Do you want to accept before I move on, or do it all at the end?
Board's pleasure. That would be the board's pleasure. So you can either move forward and accept each one of these as they come up, or you can accept them all together at the end of the presentation.
Which one would you, I would rather do it all three at the end, correct?
So then, Ms. Sav, if you
I will
continue.
continue. Okay. All right, so we're going to go to Measure DD. This is your newer bond. And I'll go through this probably a little bit faster because it looks very much the same. But starting right there on that first page, this is the performance audit. And again, that very last paragraph stating that the results of our test indicated that in all significant respects, Sweetwater met the objectives listed on the following pages and expended Measure DD in alignment with what was voted upon by the voters and approved by the board. So, and as you continue reading through the different objectives and the conclusions, you'll note that there were no findings or exceptions that we noted this year. And then right there, thank you for that, right there is the ballot language specifically for Measure DD, which is different. So that project list in the ballot language is different than Prop O. And the very last page of this report also shows specifically the expenditures that we tested. So it's higher than Prop O because they had quite a bit of activity happening. But the project description is there and the specific expenditure is there. So when we test these expenditures, we're getting bid documents, contracts, making sure everything's being charged appropriately, not overcharged, et cetera. Okay, and then the second report for Measure DD is the financial statement. Okay, and again, so this is a financial statement audit, so we have a different looking opinion from that first report, where we're making sure that the funds are being recorded and accounted for appropriately, recognized in the right period, proper accounting principles being followed, et cetera. So you can see that second paragraph says, in our opinion, the financial statements referred to above present fairly in all material respects the financial position of Measure DD activity for the year. So again, an unmodified opinion, no exceptions were noted. Any questions on Measure DD? Okay.
Ms. Becerra, do we actually approve the report? We have to move to approve the report?
These are all to accept, but you can do them all in one motion for all three items.
Okay. All right, so we will move to the big one, the 100+ page report. Okay, so the district-wide report, just as a reminder, so our firm is hired by the board to come in and perform an audit over 3 particular areas. So we're doing a financial statement audit, we are doing a state compliance audit in accordance with the audit guide issued out by the state of California, and then we are doing a federal audit in compliance with the uniform guidance issued out for all of your federal dollars. So the first page here, perfect, this is where I wanted to start. You can see there the second paragraph says, in our opinion, the accompanying financial statements referred to above present fairly in all material respects the financial position of the governmental activities, each major fund, and then the aggregate remaining fund information of Sweetwater. That's an unmodified opinion again for Sweetwater. for the district financial statements as a whole. So it's the highest level of assurance that you can receive at the completion of an audit, and exactly what you would want to see as a community member, board member, all of that. If we want to skip down to page 96. Thank you. Why the summary is in the back of the report, I don't know, but here we go. It's a lot easier to take a look at it this way, because this is the nice summary of all the work that we do. So again, like I just mentioned, we have an unmodified report for the financial statements, and you can see internal control over financial reporting. We had no material weaknesses that were identified. We had one significant deficiency that was identified. However, we'll talk about that in a minute. It's a repeat significant deficiency that was related to the old system, but we are anticipating for that to go away next year. And then we had a non-compliance material financial statements noted. There were none. For federal awards, again, we had no material weaknesses, no significant deficiencies noted. We issued an unmodified opinion, again, the highest level of assurance for your federal awards. And then we did have one finding to report, but it wasn't significant enough to modify or qualify your opinion. So we'll talk about that in a minute when we get past this page. And then the two programs that we audited for federal purposes was the Child Nutrition Cluster and the Title I programs. All right. And then last but not least, your state award opinion is a qualified opinion. And again, we'll talk about what that means. So the audit guide has, I don't know, is it 26 not new, but 26 different compliance areas that we're required to look at. If you have a finding in one of those areas, if it's significant enough, particularly dollar threshold or whatnot, it's subjective, then we qualify the opinion. So there was one finding related to independent study, which then therefore qualified the opinion. The rest of the procedures that we performed, we had no other findings related to the state compliance. All right, so let's go down to, just scroll down to the next page. So we had a couple of deficiencies noted. This is a repeat deficiency related to the cybersecurity policy. The team has a plan to get it into place for this next year. It just takes some time developing. So we went into the audit anticipating that that would still be the case for this year. The next page is the significant deficiency relating to the payroll. So as a reminder, you did implement the N4 system this year. However, the payroll system was not implemented until 24-25. So we are hopeful, we're working closely with Dr. Salkeld and her team to make sure proper controls are in place so that with this new system, this finding will finally disappear from the report. That is the goal. And what that means, from just for some clarification, when we have a significant deficiency like that, what that means is instead of doing reliance on control testing with your payroll system, we will actually dig in and do substantive testing where we are sampling individual employees, looking at records, looking at payments, all these different things. It takes quite a bit of time. So we're all hopeful for with that new system bringing in some new controls. Here's your one federal compliance finding. Again, it did not qualify your opinion, but it was something that we're required to report because of the dollars. But it was just relating to your Title I program. There were two employees that typically, from my understanding and recollection, typically had been charged to that program, but there was a change later in the year and it wasn't caught to realign their funding out of the other source. So we've just noted it here, and the transfer has taken place, I believe, at the management level to remedy that. All right, state compliance findings, attendance. There was one individual who was marked absent in the absent logs, and but they were marked present in the system. As you can see, it was 0.01 ADA, so when it's that small, you are not required to go through and revise your P2, but we are still, because the state of California does not have a materiality threshold like the rest of the audit world, we have to report it. So here it is, the size of this district. especially high schools, you know, you have students coming and going. The fact that your attendance clerks and your teachers are so on top of that, and this is the only finding that we had of all of those students we tested, it's, in my mind, a good result. All right, and then this next page, this is why the state compliance opinion was qualified, was relating to the independent study. And so there were several different situations based off of independent study or short-term independent study where the student files maybe didn't have the right work samples, or there were certain descriptors in there that the ed code requires to be in the agreement that wasn't in the agreement. So like I mentioned, they don't have materiality thresholds, so we have to automatically just stop and report. But we're already working with management to have them update those independent study agreements and make sure that everything is compliant as we move forward for 24-25. And then let's go down a couple more pages here. Okay, right here. So significant deficiency, this is prior year. So let me make sure that's clear. These are the prior year findings. And so I just want to take a moment to celebrate the fact that this financial reporting finding is no longer. So this was remedied with the implementation of N4. And like I mentioned, that salaried employee one, we are anticipating that will be remedied with the implementation of N4 this next year. So great excitement in the financial office. I am sure that this finding was remedied and gone from the audit report. And then I'm going to have you jump one more page to page 80. 80, yeah. I also want to take a moment to revel in the fact that there are no audit adjustments. This is the first year, I think, since we've come on, that there are no audit adjustments to the fund balance to report in the audit report. So very exciting in the audit world. This is exciting. I feel like I should have my picture taken now. Just saying. It's deadline day, everybody. This is our deadline day. I'm loopy and, ready to go. So this is exciting. This is a big deal. Sweetwater has come a long way since we came on to work with Dr. Salkeld and team, and just a lot of work went into that. So just wanted to emphasize that page. I didn't tell you I was going to talk about that, but. And then last thing before I open it up to questions is I have since we didn't have our audit committee meeting, I have certain communications that I'm required to provide to those charged with governance, which is there were no new accounting pronouncements this year. I know you were concerned. Nothing new this year. We had no disagreements with management. Everything was timely. We had no concerns in that realm. So when you don't hear from the auditors, no news is good news, because if we have issues, we will have no problem calling you. And also, we didn't have any waived or uncorrected adjustments where maybe it wasn't material and we were going to pass on adjusting. We didn't have anything of that nature. So that's all I have. Can I answer any questions?
No, just thank you for explaining these in a way that we lay people can understand it. And I think it is significant, isn't it, that you found nothing of great concern, and here, no adjustments in funds.
Yes.
I take it, I've only been here a couple of years, but in years past, there were all kinds of adjustments going on that perhaps weren't called for, that hadn't been approved. So, but thank you very much for this. And also, in reading the reports, yes, I read the reports. Reading it makes it seem more understandable. So whoever is writing the reports, thank you, because it's written in layman's terms that the average person really can understand as long as we focus on it. And I was really encouraged by that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Salkeld.
If I may, President Sivia, so I just want to extend my gratitude for the work that's been happening. I remember when Ms. Sav and the team came on board, it really has been, I think evolution doesn't do the word justice. The work that's happened with Dr. Salkeld and her team, and really across the district to implement N4, it's been a huge transition and at times fits and starts. But I think we're now starting to see some of the fruits of those efforts that, again, many people, some of them may have retired or move on to other boards, have gone through. But I think it really reflects an evolution and that hard work and effort to make sure that our operational side of the house really is like that shining example that we want to be for our community. And I think what we heard today really reflects that effort. Does that mean we're done and we're perfect? No, by no stretch of the imagination. There's still improvements, and I think a number of us around the table are really type A's. So we want to really strive for that excellence. We will continue to make improvements, but the fact that these audits collectively reflect what they reflect, I think represents a lot of hard work by a lot of good people, and so thank you for that.
President Arancibia, I want to say thank you. I remember when you guys first came on board, and I remember when we expanded our scope because members of the community wanted it, and so we really appreciate all the work that you guys have done, Dr. Salkeld, all the work that you've done with your team. Really appreciate it. So thank you very much. And with that, I'd like to move to accept.
I will second.
Just to clarify, you're making a motion for J8, J9, and J10, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
Thank you. Arancibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Can I say one thing? Can actually to commemorate this? What can we get a picture of? Like that? No, I'm being serious. I'm being serious. She said it in jest, but then I'm thinking to myself, it is true to be in this point where we're not stressing out and we're not freaking out and having the county come in. It is something that's important for us, and actually we should commemorate it by having Dr. Salkeld and Dr. Aguirre, along with the folks, to be able to make sure that this is documented. Because, I mean, when I got into this 4 years ago, I mean, I was like, whoa, we're a fit man, and I'm like, what did I get myself into? And it ended up becoming such a, I had many sleepless nights wondering what the hell I was doing on this board. But it's nice to see us, in this point. And I don't say it as a joke. I mean, I think she meant it as kind of a joke, but I think it's really important for us to commemorate this by having a photograph of the leadership here to make sure that we commemorate this, because
it's been a lot of hard work.
A lot of hard work. And I'm going to say it, the rep we walked into and the constant churning in the media about the Sweetwater Way, I think the Sweetwater Way is no more. And this is something to be able to put up there so that everybody kind of sees it and understand that. So please go up and get your snaps on this one. Omar, if we could.
Careful.
So in the auditing world, now you have a new line. We actually take pictures for this kind of thing. There you go.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. Excellent.
Thank you. She made it exciting? Yes. It's always nice to end an audit with a smile. You know what I'm saying? Yes. Yes, that's a. So we come back. Okay. So now we move on to D1, correct? Okay. In D1, we are going to conduct a public hearing and adopt resolution number 4943, approving the annual and 5-year reportable fees report for fiscal year 2023 to 2024 in compliance with Government Code Section 66006 and 66001. Okay. The public hearing is now closed. Do I have a motion to approve board agenda item D1?
So moved. Second.
Arancibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Mr. Lopez?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. Conduct a public hearing and authorize the application of the general waiver request to provide a 14-day extended school year ESY program for students with disabilities from June 9, 2025 to June 27, 2025. I will now open the public hearing. Are there any speakers?
There are no speakers.
Okay, then the public hearing is now closed, right? Do I have a motion to approve board agenda item D2?
So moved. Second.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. Item D3, conduct a public hearing and approve the Hocking Steam Charter School renewal petition for a 5-year term beginning on July 1st, 2025 and ending on June 30th, 2030. I will now open the public hearing. Are there any speakers?
Yes, I have 2 speakers. Arthur Congo?
Good evening. My name is Arthur Congo. I'm the Director of Local Advocacy with the California Charter Schools Association, and I'm speaking in support of the renewal of Hocking Steam Charter School for an additional 5-year term. We appreciate district staff's diligent work on reviewing this petition and for their ongoing collaboration with Hocking Steam during the process, and we're delighted with the recommendation from staff to approve the renewal for 5 years, commencing on July 1, 2025 and ending on June 30, 2030. Since its inception in 2012, Hocking Steam has demonstrated a steadfast commitment to providing a rigorous and innovative STEAM-based education to a diverse student body. The school serves over 1,300 students, 76% of whom are socioeconomically disadvantaged, and a significant number of English language learners and students with disabilities. As highlighted in the district's renewal report, Hocking Steam meets the eligibility requirements for renewal as a middle-performing charter school under Ed Code, and the school has made notable strides in academic achievement, including improvements in English learner progress indicators with a 13.1% increase in English learners making progress, reductions in chronic absenteeism and suspension rates, which are now categorized in the yellow and green performance levels on the state dashboard. And they've maintained academic performance in English language arts and mathematics that surpasses neighboring schools, and comparable state metrics for key subgroups, including socioeconomically disadvantaged students and English learners. We extend our thanks to Sweetwater Union High School District staff for their thorough and transparent review process, and we urge the Board of Education to approve Hocking Steam's charter schools renewal. And your partnership with Hocking Steam supports the success of countless students and their families here in the community. Thank you for your leadership and commitment to education.
Lorena Chavez?
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Dr. Aguirre, and Sweetwater staff. My name is Dr. Lorena Chavez, and it is my honor to serve as Executive Director of Hocking Steam Charter Schools. On behalf of our entire Hocking community, I want to extend my deepest gratitude to the Sweetwater staff for their thorough and thoughtful review of our charter renewal petition. The time, care, and significant diligence dedicated to this process are evident, and your recommendation for a full 5-year renewal is a reflection of your commitment to ensuring high-quality educational opportunities for all of our students. We also want to acknowledge and thank you for the longstanding partnership we have shared with Sweetwater. Over the years, this collaboration has been instrumental in our growth and success as a charter school, and we deeply value the mutual respect and shared vision that have defined our relationship. Your support and professionalism make a significant difference not only to our school, but to the students and families that we serve. Thank you for believing in our mission and for giving us the opportunity to continue making a positive impact in our community. We are truly grateful for your consideration tonight and for the trust you have placed in us. Thank you.
No further speakers.
Okay. Then the public hearing is now closed. Do I have a motion to approve board agenda item D3?
I'll move it, but I wanted to make a quick comment,
go for it. I'm sorry.
Thank you for your dedication to these programs. They make a huge difference for young people, discovering that, well, whichever part of the brain it is that is awakened and is able to create something that didn't exist before. You are helping us, the whole community, raise children who will be ready for the future. And I think it's very commendable. I just hope that you'll come back to us on a quasi-regular basis. Give us some updates on what you're doing. Bring a few robots or something too, whatever it is your kids are doing, because it's really exciting for young and old to see the creativity in these kids and the strides they're making. So thank you very much. And with that, I move the item.
Second.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald? Lopez?
Yes.
Lopez Veda?
Here, yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. Item D4, conduct a public hearing on a bid protest. And following the bid protest hearing, the Board of Trustees should take action on the bid protest either at the hearing or at the subsequent or subsequent to the hearing, and provide confirmation to Straight Line General Contractors if, of its determination in writing. We will now consider Board Agenda Item D4, hearing of bid protest submitted by Straight Line General Contractors concerning Mar Vista Academy project building and site improvements, here known, referred to as project bid number 242911 JG. The public hearing is now open. Should a representative of bid protester, Straight Line General Contractors, wish to comment on the matter, they will be provided with 5 minutes to address the board regarding the bid protest. At the conclusion of these comments, the district's representative will have 5 minutes to provide the board with information on the bid protest. Should Straight Line wish to respond to the district's presentation, it may address the board for no more than 2 minutes. Does Straight Line wish to comment on this matter?
I have one card that was submitted, but I don't know if it's, no? Okay. Okay.
Is there a representative from Straight Line present?
We can say it a third time, just for posterity's
For
sake.
posterity's sake.
Is there a representative from Straight Line present? Mr. President, at this time, no one is present from this vendor.
Okay, so then at this time, the district representative will provide information on the bid protest, correct? I'm jumping forward because there is no statement there. Or do we just move forward with the vote?
I'll ask our general counsel, Ms. Carbuccia, to make a statement regarding the district's perspective. Ms. Carbuccia.
Sure, thank you. We are sitting in front of you and in front of each of you, and for the record, there is a copy of every single document involved in the protest, as is called for under AR 3311. AR 3311 is our bid protest administrative regulation, and is the underlying foundation upon which bid protests and our bidding process in the district occur. It has been adopted by the board and sets forth our guidance. So you do, board, you have in front of you a copy of this. It is also available to the public in the back, and should someone wish to have a copy, we can get them a copy provided. So the main issue before the board tonight is whether the district properly deemed Straight Line non-responsive in rejecting their bid on this project. We have gone back with many communications with Straight Line specific to this. We start a process by which after opening bids, we let general contractors know whether or not they were responsive. We let general contractors know who was the lowest bidder in a project, and we often will get a bid protest either from someone who wasn't the lowest bidder or wasn't the apparent lowest bidder, related to responsiveness as well. Here we went through a series where we did notify Straight Line that they were non-responsive. We provided various opportunities in writing, as well as meeting with Dr. Sockelt and Mr. Prince, our purchasing manager, to discuss the concerns that were raised by Straight Line in disagreeing with our non-responsive statement, and have gone back and forth on that to the point that we did allow and notify Straight Line and their counsel that they had the right to present here at the board in this public hearing. So the two major issues relate to timeliness of pre-qualifications of bidders, of their subcontractors, and there are various issues that relate in our bid. You have seen those documents. You have seen the items set forth in Straight Line's challenges. For the fact that you have those documents and they are part of the public record, I do want to state our positions on them. So as it relates to their subcontractor by the name of MEC1, in state-funded projects, certain types of subcontractors must be pre-qualified 10 days prior to bid opening. That's submission of a pre-qualification. In this circumstance, we had those pre-qualifications were due to the district. Originally, they stated on the 30th. We did do addendum 1, which was uploaded into Demand Star, stating that that actually would be on October 29th by counting the days out. Regardless, MEC 1 did not apply for pre-qualification until October 31st. So by its very nature, they did not qualify, did not submit an application for pre-qualification at least 10 days before bid opening, which occurred on November 13th. So first and foremost, that is our first finding of non-responsiveness. Our second reason for finding non-responsiveness relates to a second subcontractor called Good Roofer. The district has a right to request pre-qualifications above and beyond that, which is called for in public contract code. As we talked about, for certain funding requirements, you must have your MEP, you must have certain scopes of work where a subcontractor has a certain license. They must pre-qualify with the district so that we know they've met criteria, as we talked about in that 10-day. In this situation, we have written, as has Chula Vista Elementary School, San Ysidro School District, Vista, Poway, and Grossmont Union High School District, that when you apply and you have one of those licenses following your name that would require pre-qualification, whether or not the general contractor submits the bid with you in that scope, if you have that license, you have to pre-qualify, because we don't know along the process if the general contractor may need to expand that scope. And this way we have someone already completely on site, ready to go. And so for that reason, we have that right under the law, and you as a board have put that into our bid documents, and we have that there. That is something that Straight Line feels is inappropriate. As a matter of public policy. It's in our bid documents. It is not illegal. It is our position. It was well noticed. It was in the documents that Straight Line chose to bid on. So that is the second reason for non-responsiveness, is that Good Roofer was not pre-qualified in all areas that they held licenses. There are some timeliness issues that we also feel in timeliness and procedural of notification to other bidders of their bid protests and timeliness, but those are very procedural, and we wanted to provide in an abundance of caution every possible opportunity for Straight Line to come and present to you as a board and to Dr. Sockeld and to our team to make their arguments, and as such, that really isn't the issue before us is timeliness. It's just those pre-qualification issues. A general contractor has a due diligence that they need to do. And if their subcontractors are either not forthright with them or that general contractor did not do its due diligence, that is not the responsibility of the district. It is not my responsibility or the district's responsibility to ensure their subs meet everything when they put it in the bid. In this case, Straight Line subs did not. And as such, they are non-responsive, and at this time, we would ask you to deny their bid protest so that we can move forward with the Mar Vista Academy project in an efficient manner that will best serve our children as soon as humanly possible.
With that, do we close the, is there?
You need to ask for any other speakers?
Yeah.
Because I have a speaker to this item for the public hearing, Shannon Maurer.
Hi, Board. Good evening, and thank you for taking this time. I'm Shannon Maurer. I'm president of Conan Construction. We were second bidder on this project, and it's very near and dear to my heart. It's why I'm here. This has been kind of going on for a while, and we hope that this kind of concludes it. Earlier on, in this last couple of months, there's been some bidding, and these issues were arrived. I was a culprit of them. Olympian or Castle Park High School and Chula Vista Stadium, I was low on both of them, and because of this very reason, bids were rejected, right? I learned my lesson. Took me 2 times to learn it. I was never a very quick learner. But under these situations, we did, and we Thirdly, we had bid Bonita Vista, which you're going to be later on awarding tonight. But when it comes to the Mar Vista, we did pass all the rules, the regulations. We understood what it was about. We understood the pre-qualification. We hope that you follow what the council is telling you, and that these bids, that Straight Line is not compliant, and he is rejected, and hopefully the award can go to us and we can build you another school. That's what I hope for. Okay, thank you.
Nope.
No further speakers.
Okay, so then the board will now consider a motion to reject the protest by Straight Line. Do I have the motion to reject the bid protest?
So moved.
Second.
President Arancibia, before the vote, just had a question, or actually
sure.
a comment.
Shoot.
I just want to thank Ms. Carbuccia and her team for preparing the info. It's a lot of info. And the other question, I guess a question I did have is like, Straight Line knew that we were having this today, right? How were they, how did they know that we were having this?
So if you would like to turn to tab, goodness, you could probably start at tab 27 through 35. You will see that they were aware. In our invitation to bidders back in the very beginning, we said that tonight was the anticipated bid award date. And so Straight Line did raise, how can I get my attorney there in time? And we said, if you looked at the invite to bidders, it told you tonight was the day we were moving forward. So they were put on notice months ago, and then at every step of the emails, they were put on notice as well. We told them that they could move forward and come before you in the board.
Perfect. Thank you, I appreciate it.
And may I just comment, Mar Vista Academy is one of my schools, and it's near and dear to my heart. It's been, there are lots of projects to be done, but it's time for this little school to get a serious facelift and be brought into the 21st century with its technology and all of the great things that we build into schools these days. So thank you very much for providing this legal guide for us. And thank you to these contractors for coming tonight and showing this much interest in getting this job started and getting it started soon. So I wish you all the luck, and you'll see me walking around from time to time. I love the school. It's a great little school.
Arancibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Then we close that, that closes that item, okay, that hearing. This is the point of the agenda when members of the public may address the board on any matter not on the agenda and have 3 minutes each to do so. Pursuant to board bylaw, the board may limit the time for public comment on any single topic to 20 minutes per topic. The Board of Trustees cannot legally take action on or respond to matters not posted on the public agenda, but will refer the matter to the Superintendent's office for review and report. Speakers shall refrain from using profanity and shall speak in a respectful manner. Thank you for your cooperation.
Barbara Schroeder?
Not throwing anything at you, I'm sorry.
Hi, my name's Barbara Schroeder, and I would first like to thank you for the action that you took after the last board meeting to see that the choir director position at Chula Vista High School was changed from temporary to probationary, and also that the accompanist position was finally posted. So thank you for doing that. But now, did you know that the SCPA has been the flagship arts program in the district for nearly 47 years? Students in the SCPA can declare a major in band, orchestra, vocal music, guitar, piano, mariachi, dance, ballet folklorico, drama, stage tech, art, and sound tech. The SCPA has received years of accolades for its successes, including 2 Grammy Awards, 2 Golden Bell Awards, and was heralded as a model California arts program. The Chula Vista High School staff voted to implement the 8-period day, which increases student engagement. It lowers class size. It increases access to more classes for ELD and special ed students, provides opportunities for students to take more AP classes, keeps more students on the graduation track, provides equity and access for all students. and an 8-period day district-wide would benefit all of our students in the district. For the first time in 46 years, this year the SCPA started the school year with no budget. It was finally delivered last Friday, and a pitiful amount of $2,700 for supplies, which was a 90% cut from last year's piddly $29,000. There are 700 students currently enrolled in the SCPA. There are approximately 8,000 SCPA graduates who are grateful for, passionate about, and concerned about the fate of the SCPA. Most of the other school districts in San Diego have figured out how to make the 8-period day work for their students, and we have lost several good teachers who have taken jobs in those programs. Under the current district administration, enrollment in the performing arts has declined. It is hard to have a varsity program in high school without a JV program in the middle school. There is currently only one middle school choir in the district. 2 of our band directors are retiring in June. Another has resigned as of this coming Friday. 3 bands are run by long-term subs, and 1 high school band closed down when we lost the teacher to another district. We were told that there was money to hire theater managers for our 4 district theaters for 3 years. It never happened, and the money has been reallocated. To my knowledge, the arts and music got nothing from the $20 million arts and music grant. And we had a VAPA program manager who resigned last spring, and that position has not been posted. So there is magic on the campus of Chula Vista High School because of the SCPA. The amount of trauma that the elimination of this program will have is heartbreaking, and what its absence will do to the remaining pieces of what will be left at Chula Vista High School is unimaginable. I hope you know it is not too late to do the right thing. Thank you.
Sofia Avila Delphine.
Good evening, my name is Sofia Avila Delphine. I've come here to speak up on the 8-period removal that Chula Vista High School and Southwest High School will experience if the board gets this through. I was present at the last board meeting in November and the one last year, protesting to keep the 8-period class schedule. And I'm forced to return for the same reasons today. I, along with other students, should not be coming here asking to keep our 8-period schedule that we fought for last meeting and last year. We shouldn't be coming back to pleading to keep it. I am a sophomore attending Chula Vista High School, and I've attended Southwest High School my freshman year. I am extremely passionate for the arts, sciences, and athletics. The 8-period schedule is one of the greatest things that I've had as a student, as it's incredibly flexible since I can take many classes that benefit me and interest me. I can participate in athletics, and I will finish my graduation credits or requirements faster and efficiently, while I also pursue my learning in the arts and sciences while I play sports like volleyball. This is my first year attending Chula Vista High School as a sophomore, and my first year being a part of the SCPA program as a visual arts major. Leaving Southwest was a difficult choice, as Southwest has amazing classes, scheduling, teachers, programs, and an amazing community and students. Leaving my friends and great teachers was difficult, but they were my biggest supporters and encouraged me to attend Chula Vista High School to pursue my love for art. I've also had to leave my dual language program to attend Chula Vista High School. Of course, it was a difficult choice to make, but a factor that made me decide and transfer immediately with no worries was the fact that Chula Vista High School also provided an 8-period schedule to complete the classes I need to complete my A through G requirements, including athletics like volleyball and, best of all, the SCPA program. In other words, I wasn't going to lose much, as they had everything I needed, including the 2 AP Spanish and Science classes and SCPA art classes. When I started attending Chula Vista High School, the art teachers welcomed me and were incredibly accepting with me being a new SCPA student from Southwest. I felt as though I belonged at Chula Vista High School. I met amazing art teachers and passionate students of all majors. This school is just perfect. But hearing about the schedule change made me worry for that community and our futures. It would be more difficult for students like me to finish our graduation requirements and credits while we take our SCPA classes. I'd either have to sacrifice my visual arts major and my SCPA program, my language arts classes, or my science classes, a sacrifice that would not be necessary with the 8 periods. With the 8-period schedule, it was made possible for me and other students to finish our graduation requirements and focus more on academics that will interest and benefit me, like my AP Spanish classes. I, along with my other classmates, only needed to complete the last AP Spanish class, AP Spanish Literature, and were set for a minor in foreign languages in college. but that opportunity and class is at stake with this change. I would either have to drop the class if I want to focus on my visual arts or science classes. If this greatly affects me, then it affects the other dedicated students like me. I am someone who will not give up an opportunity and will do whatever it takes to achieve what's good for me. First, it was transferring from Southwest High School. Now, every day I wake up with one goal in my mind, and it's the SCPA art program. I get up early at 5 in the morning, leave at the house at 6, and take the bus or trolley to get to school and arrive at Chula Vista High School at 7 in the morning to ensure that I come to school on time. I use the rest of my mornings studying for my classes and creating art before classes even begin. Instead of looking at the money or the budget that you don't want to use for us, you representatives of the district should develop something you lack: empathy. You're once a student too. Some of you are parents of students. So with that in mind, would you want your children to be disregarded from these opportunities of a good future? Do you not realize that students transferred from other schools to take the great opportunities Chula Vista High School and Southwest High School has to offer? Why aren't you taking students from low-income backgrounds into consideration? Why aren't you taking the students in Mexico that wake up at 3 in the morning and cross the border every day to get to school for these classes and opportunities? They are your most hardworking and dedicated students. Why aren't we thinking of them? This is a change that is going to repeat the cycle of poverty for these students and killing the creativity in artists or putting them in a risky position. Us students should have no reason to look over the classes we need or want to take and figure out which classes to sacrifice to fit this 6-period schedule. Mind you, upcoming freshmen will lose 8 classes they could have taken. Freshmen will lose 6, sophomores like me will lose 4, juniors will lose 2. My classmates and I should not be looking at our classes and the ones that we want to take and think about which opportunities we should drop and sacrifice to fit the new schedule. Either way, our futures are in a scary position. It's not about needing more classes, but it's also for students to be able to have the chance to attend their jobs and help their family by leaving early. I truly love the school, the SCPA, and my teachers, but without the 8-period schedule, it wouldn't be possible for me and many other passionate students to balance athletics, sciences, language arts, and the SCPA classes. Without the 8-period schedule, some of us students, including me, would have to look for another school outside the district that supports the 8-period schedule. But what other schools offers art classes and opportunities like Chula Vista High School? We are more than the statistics you see. We are students. We are the ones with the most CTE pathway completions. We are the ones who made the graduation and university acceptance rates increase with the help of the 8 periods. Visit our schools, listen to your teachers, your students, the ones who come here to show that we care so much about our future with these programs, that the 8-period schedule reinforces. On behalf of the students of the SCPA, Chula Vista High School, and Southwest High School, we are tired and enraged from being disregarded and dismissed by the district, who only looks at the money and the statistics rather than the reality, the benefits and the features being provided by this creative and innovative schedule. Thank you and good night.
Ron Bowles.
Good evening. My name is Ron Bowles, and I taught vocal music in this district for 27 years, served as facilitator for the SCPA for 10 years. Previous speakers tonight have addressed the necessity of the 8-period day. I want to provide some of the backstory behind their passion for arts education. The hope of all parents is that the leadership of this district puts students first in all their considerations. I asked one of my former students, Annette Alabado Hunt, what an arts education provided for her life. In her words, confidence, poise, high standards, hard work, consistency, teamwork, thinking on your feet, leadership, taking turns, public speaking, joy, pain, loss, charity, deep friendships, family. She goes on to say, I am confident in job interviews because I went through one of the most difficult auditions on the planet. I am a whiz at public speaking because I have performed in front of thousands of people. The smartest, most confident, outgoing, easiest people to work with in my life were the ones who either participated in band or choir. She was a student of mine in 1981. Just so you understand the impact. She's worked in the Pentagon. She's currently now teaching her dream job as a high school music teacher. back to me. I personally know students who took arts classes in this district who have become surgeons, doctors, engineers, judges, teachers, and professional performers. California graduation requirements indicate that every student is to have completed a year-long course in the arts, world language, or CTE. But if a student is going on to college, A through G requirements include 1 year-long course of visual or performing arts. But why else is arts education important? 4 years ago, 20% of students reported that they were in need of mental health support. Today, 50% of students say they are in need of mental health support. 9 out of 10 Americans believe that the arts improve quality of life. Certainly mental health is enhanced and enriched by the arts. Arts education is not a drain on the economy, especially here in California. It's a driver of the economy. Our creative economy creates 3 million jobs and contributes $175 billion to our economy. Students who receive an arts education are 2 times more likely to graduate. They're 3 times more likely to win an award for school attendance. They're 3 times more likely to be elected to a class office, 4 times more likely to get a bachelor's degree, 5 times less to drop out of school, 10% more likely to take a calculus course, 30% more likely to pursue a professional career. Cutting the arts equals cutting humanity. Please always put students first in your considerations. Thank you.
Arlana Stewart.
Good evening, board members. My name is Arlana Stewart, and I am currently a 9th grader at Chula Vista High School. I oppose and am upset about this debate on changing the schedule from an 8-period day to a 6-period day. The schedule change directly affects our SCPA program and students' academic opportunities. The schedule change limits this by causing students to have to wait until their junior and senior years to be able to take an elective class during school hours without a 0 or 7th period. The change also limits students academically by not allowing students to take more APs, as well as student athletes missing more learning material. This change of schedule impacts my life by limiting my own opportunities. I personally aspire to take choir in the future, as well as to continue taking Spanish all throughout high school. I am currently in intermediate drama and beginning band. I want to continue to learn and grow in both of these subjects. I want to be able to participate in marching band and continue doing theater. Theater has been my passion ever since I was a little kid. I remember thinking about how I wanted to be just like the people on stage and on TV when I was 4 years old. I first took the stage in a church kids choir and performed my first musical in 4th grade. I remember listening to jazz on the radio with my grandfather and being blown away by how beautiful the saxophone sounded. I started learning the tenor saxophone this year and plan on growing with my instrument and continuing in band. This change will limit my ability to do so. Next, the change from 8 to 6 periods will affect Chula Vista High School's enrollment. Many of students attending the school attend it because of our SCPA program. Due to the schedule greatly affecting the SCPA program, it is highly likely many students will transfer out of Chula. Referencing words I have heard around campus, as well as my own friends' words, I know multiple people who are planning to transfer if the school changes. Overall, the schedule change would affect students' opportunities in the arts, academics, and enrollment of CVH. Next, teachers may lose their jobs over this schedule change. Many of our SCPA teachers are beloved, and it would be a serious loss to our community. It is unfair to our teachers as well, because they are losing their job. This is just unfair overall to both students and teachers. I also have plans based on our 8-period schedule. Those being that I aspire to take choir, of course, in the Spanish, and marching band, and production drama. The quality of the SCPA program also may take a big impact, due to many of our teachers being good at what they're doing and knowing what they're doing. Lastly, taking it back to the APs, I know students who want to take many APs, as well as who want to take many SCPAs. A student I talked to earlier said that they wanted to take AP Government, AP Bio, AP Comp Science A, AP Stats, and AP Environmental Science, and AP English Literature. This is just one student among 1,000, like 200 or whatever, whoever is enrolled in Chula Vista High School who wants to take more APs, and taking away our 8-period schedule would limit these opportunities to many other students who I don't know their personal opinions about. Thank you.
Elizabeth Luensen Garcia.
Good evening, Dr. Aguirre, members of the school board, educators, and community members. My name is Lysabeth Luansin Garcia, president of the Sweetwater Counseling and Guidance Association. I'd first like to thank Dr. Aguirre and Dr. Gavin for helping keep all our counselors at their current sites for second semester. The students and the counseling teams, thank you for your commitment to maintaining stability and consistency in our schools. Now, as we gather here at the close of a calendar year, I'd like to take a moment to reflect and share a small symbolic story. Imagine a bag of red and green M&Ms, often shared during the holiday season. Beyond being a sweet treat, these two colors hold deeper meanings that can inspire us as we look forward to the new year. Red stands for passion, courage, and the energy that drives us to care deeply for our students and each other. It's a reminder of the strength and heart we pour into our work every day. Green symbolizes growth, renewal, and balance, qualities that reflect our commitment to nurturing not just academic success, but the holistic well-being of our school community. Together, red and green remind us of the beauty and power of relationships, of working in harmony to create something meaningful. As we step into the new year, I invite us all to carry these colors forward, not just as seasonal symbols, but as a call to action. Let us continue to build strong, positive relationships with our colleagues, our students, and our families. Let us work together to build capacity in our classrooms, in our schools, and in ourselves, so we can rise to meet the challenges and opportunities ahead. This season is one of hope and reflection. Let's celebrate how far we've come and commit to working even more intentionally in the coming year to create a thriving, vibrant community where every individual feels supported and empowered. Thank you for your dedication and leadership. May this season bring you all joy, rest, and inspiration for the year ahead. Thank you.
Miguel Amaral.
It's like we planned this, but we didn't. Good evening, everyone. First, I want to welcome our new board member and congratulate our re-elected. As we embark on a new year, I hope that we can see it as a new beginning. I want to assure this board and the district leaders that SEGA has embraced a new way forward. I am proud to be part of a group of passionate and committed student advocates who truly want what's best for all our students. If that's why we're all here, then we should be able to find common ground. I often preface my comments with, I'm a one-song band. For a long time, that song was about learning centers, and I still know those verses if anybody wants to hear them. Lately, though, the song's been about adult schools. I'm actually still singing the same old tired song. It's about advocacy for our profession and our students of all ages that live in our communities. Our district's motto is putting students first, but are we really doing that? The district recently proposed cutting 2 adult school counselors and that we only serve GED or diploma-bound students. This is especially confusing given that last week we learned that our adult school budget has a 73% carryover. Folks, Are we fine with losing precious tens of millions of dollars instead of spending on retaining or even expanding our counseling services? The suggestion is that our contract doesn't say that we must schedule all students or that employees from other units may not schedule students. So if adult school counselors may choose which students they serve, then does this mean that there's no recourse for choosing not to serve students? By that logic, adult school counselors couldn't face disciplinary action for not seeing students. Since we only have one job description for all SUHSD counselors, I guess 7 through 12 counselors could also choose not to meet all students. As a committed counselor and student advocate, I would hate for us to drop to our lowest common denominator. I would think the district wouldn't want this as well. Please ask yourselves, who's the most qualified to meet with students and help make an educational plan? Ask that question in the context of who adult school students are. There are 7 through 12's parents, our former 7 through 12 students, professionals from foreign countries, single parents, mostly mothers, needing to improve their lives. If the district has its way, most ESL and CTE students would continue to be served by clerical staff. I'm sure CSEA might have an opinion on that. So that you might better appreciate the so what. Just today, in an hour's time, I enrolled 2 separate students, former SUHSD 7 through 12 students from decades ago that came in for CTE classes. But it turned out that they are only a couple of credits away from their high school diploma. They didn't know that a high school diploma was still an option for them. They don't know what they don't know. I also have here, that you have, a list of some of the ESL and CTE students that I met with over a 3-day span. They might help you understand who our adult school students are and why it is important for a counselor to meet with them and ultimately schedule their classes. It seems to me that I shouldn't be the only one outraged by this. I know I have SCGA support in righting this wrong. I hope I can count on yours. Thank you.
Yumi Saiki.
Good evening, Dr. Aguirre and members of the board. My name is Yumi Saiki, and I'm a counselor at Launch Virtual Academy, as well as the co-vice president of the Sweetwater Counseling and Guidance Association. I want to start by warmly welcoming Trustee Lopez and congratulating Dr. Arancibia on his return for a second term. Your continued leadership is truly appreciated as we work together to support our students, families, and staff. I'd also like to express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Aguirre for supporting the reinstatement of the Counselor Advisory Board, or CAB. This is a meaningful step that strengthens collaboration between school counselors and district leadership. In the past, CAB has been a vital space where counselors and district administrators come together to ensure that our work is aligned with district priorities. It's also been key to creating cohesive pathways for students from middle school all the way through post-secondary education. What's especially exciting is Dr. Aguirre's commitment to making CAB even stronger. By bringing in leadership from student support services, research and evaluation, IT, and college and career, we'll be able to streamline processes that impact our work as school counselors. This collaborative approach allows us to address challenges more efficiently, ultimately giving counselors more time and capacity to focus on supporting student success. We're looking forward to working closely with Dr. Aguirre and his leadership team. Our goal is to ensure that the knowledge and expertise of school counselors are fully utilized as we work toward the district's larger goals and initiatives. School counselors play a critical role in supporting students' academic, social, emotional, and post-secondary readiness, and a stronger CAB will help ensure our work is aligned with the district's strategic vision. Thank you all for your ongoing support of school counselors. We remain committed to partnering with you to create positive outcomes for all of our students. Thank you.
Anjali Arjona.
There is 2 topics I want to speak about.
Yeah, you have a card for a different one. This is non-agenda items.
Okay, awesome. Just wanted to double check what I'm talking about. All right, cool. Hello. Let me just put this on. Hi. My name is Anjali. I come from Hilltop High. I have come here before to talk about something else I'll be talking about later. Right now I've been hearing about mental health, and I want to bring that up since I've been hearing both from Beatrice Sanchez
Levins, and then also the other gentleman that was talking about music and arts. There has been a lot of stuff going on in my life personally, personally about like with family life, with school life, with friends, with everything in my life. High school is the hardest moment in a young adult's life. That being said, we should do something more about it. We have resources. Yeah, okay, we got a counselor we can go to. We have someone else to approach. We have teachers to approach, but there isn't really anybody that is set for that. We have some resources that sometimes work and sometimes does not. There is people who are here to listen to you. There's people here to help you, but then at the end of the day, there's no support being out there. There are students who do not speak about their mental health and have suicidal thoughts and tendencies, and is not shown until later in life when we have school shooters and other things showing up. We need to make a difference, and it has to start sooner than later. You don't want to be the person that has the blood in your hands of students who took their own lives because they don't know what's going on with their own. We have adults who think they know everything, but then when the students are speaking, they have so much hidden because they don't want to be a burden. I was one of those students. There was times where I was being very suicidal in middle school where I shouldn't be suicidal. There was a lot of students that I know that are my friends who are suicidal, and they don't want to talk to a teacher, and I don't want to break their trust and go to a teacher. There's a lot more than just a couple students here or a couple students there. You can have A+ students who are suffering with mental health issues, and everyone thinks they're fine because they're passing. You have students who have bad grades, and you think that they're just a delinquent, but in reality, they are students who are suffering at home or at other places. You have students who have mental health issues that aren't even like depression or anxiety, but you have like with autism or ADHD or undiagnosed, like, I don't know what it's called, but undiagnosed mental health. So with that being said, I'm a student with ADHD. I'm a student who came from a middle school that I was suicidal. I tried to take my life 3 times. And yet, to this day, I haven't got any support until CPS was involved. There has to be something changed. And not just me, but for all the students who go to every single school in our district. We have students in Hilltop High who are suicidal. We have people in Chula Vista High that are suicidal. We have places that we need to start bringing up a topic and a change. Yes, we have counselors, but yes, we have resources. Yes, we have this, but we need to make something starting soon. We need to have surveys. We need to have talks with teachers, talks with students, talks with class, talks with principals, administration. We have to talk to everybody and see what we can do for our students. Because if not, one of these days, another student will be a statistic. I could be the next statistic, and we don't know anything about anybody. You don't know anything about me. You don't know anything about other students who are in that school. So please, I beg to please change something for our students and figure out some kind of way to bring more resources to the table. Even though we do have some resources here and there, it's not enough. We need some kind of therapy, some kind of support system, some kind of peer support, after-school program, after-school club. I've even considered bringing up a self-love club where we can have students who are struggling have a period off or a day off, and they can still be at school because it's mandatory to stay at school by law, but they can at least have a safe space and have a day off where they can at least breathe. Finals are coming up this week, and there's a lot of students who can't even imagine what's going to happen. They don't know if they're graduating. They don't know if they're passing. They don't know if family life is going to let them even stay at their house once if they graduate or not. We need to figure something out, and soon. Thank you so much for your time.
No further speakers.
Okay. Clerk of the board, would you please read the items being pulled from the consent agenda?
The following items are pulled: F3 by staff, F6 by staff, F8 by staff, G11 by staff and the public, H1 by staff and the public, J7 by staff, O2 by staff, and O3 by staff.
Okay. Do I have the motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved. Second.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
On to item F3, report on board request for information, the policy direction to staff and board communication.
First of all, before all the arts people leave, I just want you to know I was a song and dance kid too, and it saved me. It worked on my self-esteem. I learned how to speak in public, and voila, it gave birth to I think, a pretty successful 30-year run as a broadcast journalist, and it brought me here too, where I'm still learning every day. So my heart goes out to these young people, and however I can be helpful, I want to be, because I've been in those shoes too as a kid. The other matter I wanted to mention, the conference that we just had this last week, you know, that the district won another golden bell for the medical programs that we have here in the district. Very successful, and it's giving young people a real purpose. They're learning not just a profession, but how to save lives. And speaking of which, I wouldn't want to pass this moment up, but today, our CPR AED training program of our 9th and 10th graders in the district passed the 10,000 mark. We're now verging on 11,000 9th and 10th graders in this district who know how to save a life, either by getting down on their hands and knees and doing CPR, picking up the phone, dialing 911, following the instructions in an automated external defibrillator, and they're very excited about it. We've got one more high school to go, Sweetwater, and that will be, I think that's going to be right after the holidays. And then we begin with our 7th and 8th graders. And we've been discussing, and hopefully that'll take us to about 20,000 kids who are essentially first responders. Because we know traffic patterns being what they are, our campuses being so spread out as they are, if a person goes down with a cardiac arrest, they have no more than 10 minutes to survive without help. And the person who will come and keep them alive is one of our students, and probably a teacher or two who have taken these courses. And if you are interested, we'll publish the schedules and join us. I think you'll really learn something, and it's very exciting. So I did want to share that, that we're just so successful with this. The kids may not appreciate it when they come into the gym and they're down on their hands and knees on these thin mats that we have on the floor, but when they leave, there's something about them. They're standing up taller, and that's because they know that they can make a difference. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Well, thank you, President Arcibia. Just wanted to say it was an honor to be at the Chula Vista High groundbreaking for the athletic field. I know the students are very excited about that, and it's going to make a big difference. And it's not only the field, but there's going to be fencing and other amenities there. So thank you to the staff for putting all that together. And we've been talking about it for a while, but it's coming to fruition. So thank you for doing that. And also, I did attend the CSBA Delegate Assembly in Anaheim. Our board member, Rudy, became our CSBA Vice President. So that's awesome. And the President-elect is from Dr. Deborah Shade from, what is it? No, Solana Beach, yes, thank you. Say Del Mar, but yeah, Solana Beach, so from Region 17, so we'll have representation there. So we had a good discussion about what to focus on for the next year. So we'll be doing a lot of advocating for our students and for our districts. Thank you.
Okay. I have nothing to report other than I was on medical leave and I couldn't do anything. I usually go to a lot of stuff, but couldn't move, couldn't do much.
In the interest of time, I just want to wish everybody happy holidays. Teachers get some rest, classifiers and admin folks get some rest. I don't know why, but well, I mean, it's the elections always make it kind of crazy, but this has been a really hard semester for me teaching. So just take time for yourselves and reconnect with family. I'm trying to be. It's funny, Liliana talked about being present. I have to remind myself this is the last time my kid's going to be around, and until they go to college. It's important just to be around and be present. But please know that your efforts are seen and appreciated, and we thank you. And just get some time to rest, folks. Okay. With that, we will move on to F6. We'll hold an annual organizational meeting, right? to, per board bylaw 9100 for election of Board of Trustee officers for the following offices: President, Vice President, Clerk, Secretary, and members of the board subcommittees, Audit, Finance, Facilities, and Legislative. How do you want to proceed with this, Ms. Macedo?
It's at the board's pleasure. I would ask you do each office separately, so first would be the president.
President Arancibia, if I may, I'd like to nominate Ms. Elva Lopez Peda for president.
Okay, I'll second that. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Arancibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez?
Yes.
Lopez Cepeda?
Do I vote?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
I vote.
Yay. Okay.
Next would be the office of vice president.
Can I make my first motion?
Sure.
I'd like to nominate Mr. Arturo Solis.
Arancibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez?
Yes.
Lopez Cepeda?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
We just move over.
Next is to designate myself as clerk of the board.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Arancibia?
Yes.
Emerald? Lopez?
Yes.
Lopez Cepeda?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. Next would be to designate Dr. Aguirre as secretary of the board.
So moved.
So move second.
Arancibia?
Yes.
Emerald? Lopez?
Yes.
Lopez Cepeda?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. And then we have the subcommittees. The first subcommittee is the Audit and Finance Subcommittee.
Well, if Dr. Sockheld would have me still, I wouldn't mind being on because I'm learning a lot.
And Mr. Segura was the other member, so
Sure. I'd like to nominate Ms. Emerald and myself if,
I'll second.
Arancibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez?
Yes.
Lopez Cepeda?
Yes.
Solis?
yes.
Motion passes 5-0. The Facility Subcommittee.
I want that one.
Um,
I want that one.
okay, go for it. I nominate Ms. Elvis Cepeda. Lopez Cepeda, please.
And I think we can use two, right? Is that-
Yes.
We can add Mr. Lopez, if that's okay, to your motion.
Oh, we're gonna
President
have
is-
fun.
I know facilities.
He knows
Second.
facilities.
Are you okay with the amendment to your motion, Dr.
Yes,
Arancibia?
yes, yes,
Thank
yes.
you. Do I have a second?
Yes, second.
Thank you. Arancibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez?
Yes.
Lopez Cepeda?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. And the last is the Legislative Subcommittee.
Oh, that one's mine.
And I believe we have Ms. Lopez Cepeda
You
and
want-
Ms. Emerald on there, so I'd like to continue that if that's, everybody's, I'd like to make that motion.
Well, second.
Arancibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez?
Yes.
Lopez Cepeda?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Did we clean the clean house there? Did we take care of everything?
That's
Yep. Okay,
everything for the
fantastic.
organizational meeting, yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
congratulations to
Congratulations,
everyone.
everybody.
Congratulations to everyone. On to item F8, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
Yes.
Appoint 2 Sweetwater District Board members representing the Sweetwater Union High School District to serve as delegates to the CSBA, California School Board Association's Delegate Assembly, with one term from April 1st, 2025 to March 31st, 2027, and one term from December 17, 2024 to March 31st, 2026.
If I may, President Arancibia?
Yes?
Yeah, so currently is myself and Mr. Segura, so I'm actually going to be stepping back. So I'd like to nominate Ms. Elva Cepeda for the 2 years and then Ms. Emerald for the 1 year.
Ms. Lopez Cepeda is already an elected member
Oh.
to CSBA.
Is she going to be?
I'm running for reelection as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, your term is already up?
Yeah, my term is up and so
okay.
my reelection.
So if you do want to, because we can have 2 appointed members and 1 elected member, so if you do want to appoint her, then you would automatically be on and you would not have to go through the election process for the new term.
Wait, but Mr. Lopez needs to be on there because.
I'm midterm, so I still have a full year.
Oh, okay, so you're on already?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
Well, I would enjoy that 1-year slot from
Yeah, I think,
December to March.
we
Yeah.
confirmed at the delegate assembly that my elected term transfers.
oh, okay. Oh, but you're elected. Okay,
Yes.
not appointed. Okay, got you. So I'm sorry, did you want to appoint Ms. Lopez Zepeda for the 2-year term? Because there's a 2-year term for yours and a remaining 1 year for Mr. Seguros.
Yes,
So her for the 2-year and
Ms. Emerald
for the remaining of Mr. Seguros.
yes.
Got it.
Point of clarification,
Yes?
and these are CSBA rules, mind you. But if the appointment happens, and then Ms. Lopez Cepeda does go for election, it is possible that at some point in the future, this board could select another designee
you have
as
an
the
extra,
appointed
yeah.
member to the CSBA board, is my understanding. It's, should be clarified.
Okay. Yeah, no, my name has already been submitted by Santee School District.
But if we submit you as being one of our appointed members, then your election would not need to take place because you would already be an appointed member for our district.
That's true.
And I believe Nationals selected me, they nominated me, so if I get through the election, I can possibly be on there, but we'll see how that goes.
Okay.
So again, based on Dr. Aguirre, based on CSBA rules where you are, our ability to have a larger voting block, if we make our appointments now, we don't pull our delegates' names from those elections, and if they win, we then have the ability to appoint more of our members, which potentially could mean 4 of our 5 board members have elected or appointed and then 2 elected seats, giving us a larger say as major enrollment issues are changing at CSBA.
That is what I meant to convey implicitly, but thank you for making that very explicit. I was much more I was a little bit more.
So what I'm taking is with Dr. Arancibia. Your motion is great. Okay, perfect.
The motion's good.
Yeah.
So is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Arancibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Yay. All right. Item G11.
Let me bring that up. G11.
G11, where is it?
Okay, thank you for that, President Arancibia. This is a matter of a presentation about graduation requirements. As you may recall, the state of California has changed graduation requirements in the recent past. I'll take a little bit of a liberty and say recent past being the last couple of years. So one of the graduation requirements is regarding ethnic studies, the other graduation requirement being around financial literacy. And so to that effect, I asked Dr. Alvarez to convene a working group to review our existing graduation requirements and recommend an update both to our cabinet leadership team as well as to the Board of Trustees so that we can incorporate these upcoming requirements from the state of California. That is kind of the broad-based general summary. I will ask Dr. Alvarez to go through more detail for this, what this work entails. Dr. Alvarez?
Good evening, Dr. Aguirre. Congratulations. Mr. Lopez, welcome. Congratulations, Dr. Arancibia, for a second term. And to Ms. Lopez Cepeda, I'm glad to see you. She's been a big part of our committee, so it's very nice to see all of you here, and thank you for all your work. So we have been working over the last year and a half regarding our graduation requirements and the decisions and recommendations that we would be making both to cabinet and then here to the board. We had committees that were designed to look at really the totality of our graduation requirements, not only the addition of the financial literacy and the ethnic studies, but also looking at, were we sufficiently meeting the needs of our students with our college career offerings, our CTE, and then our academic offerings. So that was kind of the overarching evaluation. We wanted to make sure that we met the needs of our students, and that as we went through this year, we would have ongoing dialogue with our stakeholders. We had a committee that was composed of stakeholders across the district. Every single one of our bargaining units was represented in terms of having conversations about what the needs are for our students. We also had all of our departments across the district participate in those conversations. The graduation committee, this timeline is for the graduation committee. The Ethnic Studies Committee has now been meeting for 1.5 years concurrently, so a lot of those conversations have happened. Ultimately, we wanted to ensure that by the time we got to this board meeting, we would have some decisions to provide to the board for your final approval. So as the committee met, we went in different stages. One of the first things that we wanted to ensure was that our students in this current year had access to what's called the California Grad Plan. As you know, starting with the pandemic, in particular with the 1920 school year, our students had full reign and options with the California Grad Plan. And so that's a reduced number of credits for our students, but it also ensured that students during this time that was incredibly stressful, students were at home, education changed, it was transformed at that time, a lot of distance learning. We wanted to ensure that we had the capacity to ensure our students graduated in a timely fashion. So this committee recommended that the California Grad Plan be implemented for this year's seniors, that be an option. We did that last year, we did that the previous year. This year it will be with a modified waiver, which will be a lot shorter, it'll be a lot easier for site teams to complete. And it would be based on student need, parent permission, and then the implementation would occur. We also looked at the community service hours. Originally, we had 30 community service hours. Because of the impact of students needing to work outside the school day and other options, we, as a committee, proposed 10 hours. And then the last one was to make sure that as we transition to the 25 and then 26 school years, that we make sure that students have alternate grad plans across the board, and we'll share what those are. We continued to have those conversations, and one of the conversations was about graduation plans at high schools. So we have our alternative ed programs, which offer different levels of services to our students. And so there were conversations about not offering at the high school level after the class of 25, at the comprehensive sites, not offering the California Grad Plan, that would be transitioned to the alternative sites. So that was one of those conversations. We also looked at ethnic studies, and as the Ethnic Studies Committee made recommendations in the 1.5 years that we've worked together, and we've developed curriculum, looked at how those different offerings would help support our students, the Ethnic Studies Committee made recommendations that really ethnic studies be offered at a 9th grade level, because it was so crucial with offering some of those entry points and community building for our students, and that it be a year-long course. So that was what the Ethnic Studies Committee had hoped would happen. We took that to Cabinet, we took that to the Graduation Committee, and those same recommendations were upheld at those different venues and settings. And then all of these plans went to Cabinet on November 21st to finalize the movement forward. So these were the committee's recommendations to Cabinet, that graduation plans would stay at 44 credits. Once we started implementing ethnic studies, once we started including financial literacy, and then we talked about, is there going to be an alternative graduation plan available at comprehensive sites? There are 6 students groups that, no matter what, are able to access graduation plans for the California plan because of their status, and that includes newcomers to the country. It means that they've attended 2 years at the high school level only. Students that are foster and homeless youth, military families, and there's a whole ed code that's aligned with that, and so that's included in our plan. And then looking at the alternative education graduation plans, which includes Alta Vista Academy, East Hills Academy, Independent Study, options, Palomar, and launch. So we wanted to make sure that we were able to offer different graduation plans at those programs. Just as an overview, for those of you that might be new to high school, our current graduation plan has 44 credits. We have the contents at areas of English, Math, Social Science, Science, then PE, Health, VAPA, World Language, or CTE. We have elective credits, and then we had the 30 hours of community service, which we're modifying. The California graduation plan is the state minimum requirements, and that's 26 credits currently, once again in those same content areas, but less number of courses that are required. And then community service is not required, and neither is health in that community, in that California graduation plan. So the intent is to also look at Palomar. Palomar has a unique graduation plan. Part of that is they wanted to include the college and career pathways, and so they have a graduation plan that's 31 credits, and that one of the recommendations from the committee is that that would stay that way. Palomar, because of the continuation status, wants to be kind of that gap between the comprehensive sites, then it's the next level to the continuation school, and then it would be the alternative programs. Although that was not the recommendation of the committee, it was the recommendation from Cabinet. And then the mandatory requirements that we talked about, ethnic studies is a mandate for the class of 2030. So for next year's freshmen, we will start with ethnic studies. And then for the class of 2031, 1 semester of financial literacy is the requirement. Just to note, the state requirement for ethnic studies is only 1 semester course. However, the recommendation from our committee and from Cabinet is that we do offer it as a year-long program for those students that can take it. And I'll give you a little bit of explanation about that in a moment. And so this is the new graduation plan that we're proposing with adding the 2 years, the 2 credits of ethnic studies that currently will replace world geography that is offered at the 9th grade level. And then that starts, as I mentioned, with the class of 2020, and then starting with the class of 2031, we will have the 1 credit in financial literacy. Still maintaining a 44 credit graduation requirement. We're just replacing some electives and then replacing that world geography. And then the 10 hours of community service. The Palomar plan will increase with 1 semester of ethnic studies and 1 semester of financial literacy. So that plan will go from 31 credits to 33. And those are staggered based on the requirements for financial literacy and ethnic studies. And then the revised California graduation plan, they have not released this, but the assumption is that it's going to be the 28 credits with the addition of the ethnic studies and the financial literacy. So 1 credit each for those, okay? For us, community service will still continue to be a graduation requirement, but on the true California grad plan, it is not. So this is the recommendation that was made is we would have a year-long ethnic studies and 1 semester of financial literacy. Alternative graduation plans would be implemented for Alt Ed, that's the California grad plan. Comprehensive sites would not, after this school year, offer the alternative graduation plan unless it met one of those 6 conditions. And then Palomar would maintain its own graduation plan. So those are the recommendations that ultimately were made to Cabinet. And then our recommendations from Cabinet to the board, we revised the administrative regulations to align with the recommendations that we made. We are offering the California grad plan for the class of, 2025 for this year's senior class. We hope that the approved grad plans, including ethnic studies and financial literacy, will be added for the class of 2030 and 2031, respectively. We approve that the California graduation plan for alternative education sites is implemented, and we want to ensure that Palomar maintains its current graduation plan with the addition of ethnic studies and literacy courses, financial literacy. And then, as I mentioned, the California graduation plan would not be offered other than to exempted groups at the comprehensive sites. And then the last recommendation is the reduction of the community service hours from 30 to 10 hours. If you had a chance, the AR is very cumbersome, but it does detail all the elements of the graduation plan. What I did not note here, but it is noted in the administrative regulation, is that students with IEPs definitely adhere to the graduation plan, but there are alternatives to those graduation plans based on IEP team decisions. And so the IEP ultimately holds the weight in terms of those graduation elements. And then we have the ability to look at that based on student needs. So those are the recommendations. I know that that was pretty quick, but I wanted to make sure that you got some of those details. And if there are any questions, definitely open to that.
Okay. So if ethnic studies is for class 2030, that means that it will not start for the next school year, but for 26, 27?
So we're offering it next school year. As a 9th grade course, it will be available. We already have ethnic studies at every single comprehensive site as an offering. We've been piloting and working on both a 1-year course and a semester course. So both of those courses will be available next year. And I needed to add one element. For students who come into us after the 9th grade, they will have an option of a 1-credit ethnic studies course because they may not be able to, within their schedule, fit a full year of ethnic studies, but all 9th graders that are in our system would take a full year.
And is that going to be offered also at an AP level?
We do not have AP ethnic studies, but what we have permitted, that other caveat or that other exception, is that we do have an AP human geography, which is currently extremely popular in our district. That is a 9th grade course. That course was very similar to the the regular world geography course. And so we didn't want to lose the AP version of that. Because those numbers have increased. So students are able to take that, and there are some similarities, but then they would just take the 1 semester of the ethnic studies at a later point.
Okay. And we are fine with teachers certified and ready to go because there's piloting
So we have,
occurring.
right now, the way that the districts can determine what credential is required for the ethnic studies. So the ethnic studies could fall either under social science or under English language arts. Because we are replacing the world geography, we have utilized the social science credential as that credential so that there would not be staffing considerations. There wouldn't be any negative impact.
Okay.
Just a couple of questions for you. With regard to the ethnic studies and the financial literacy, I understand the California legislature has ordained that we will begin offering financial literacy this next year. Is that correct? So this is a requirement of the state?
So the requirement is that the class of 2031 would have to graduate with financial literacy. We are looking at piloting financial literacy next year. What has not been decided on financial literacy is whether financial literacy, there's several options. It could be a math credential. It could be a social studies credential. It can also be a home economics credential. So we have some flexibility there. What we believe in discussions with the committee is that we will probably go with a combination of either math or social science because we have a lot of social science electives, a lot of math teachers that would be able to fulfill that requirement. So we are jointly developing that with math and social science teachers.
Gotcha. And when you say, economics or whatever, I was learning how to iron and sew and cook. That was what that class was.
That's the language that the state uses. That's not the language we normally use.
And that's what we got instead
Yeah.
of auto mechanics, back in the day. The ethnic studies, also the state is requiring that our public schools begin teaching about the indigenous people of California. And that's supposed to happen this next year, too. So where do you fit in indigenous people in your ethnic studies program?
So it is a large part, it's one of the units of study that we have in ethnic studies as we've developed the curriculum. In addition, because of the legislation that has been provided with indigenous people, we also see reflection of that within our ELA programs, our English language arts as well.
Okay. Are you including some of the tribal folks to come in?
Yes, we've reached out to a couple of the communities to come and support.
That's terrific.
And then we also work with the San Diego County Office of Education. They have a tribal nation community that helps vet and support the curriculum development.
Gotcha. Sequan is conservancy for many of the historical documents and so forth, and they're a great source as well.
Thank you so
Okay,
much.
thank you so much.
One last question. What is I'm going to come back to the AP question with regards to ethnic studies. Is there any, I would really encourage the district to, an instruction to focus in on offering as many AP classes within ethnic studies as well. Because I know I heard, it's going to be a difficult ask, but I think that this is something that we should actually consider, especially with regards to African American studies, and see how best we can maximize that, because I do see that folks, kids are going to, and parents are going to be drawn to that, and I would really like to make sure that we move on getting as much capacity with regards to that on different campuses as possible.
So as a district, we could advocate the College Board for an ethnic studies that could be considered an AP course. We do currently offer, we started it as a pilot 2 years ago, the AP African American Studies, and we are offering that across the district.
Is that the only ethnic studies?
That's the only ethnic studies type course that's offered by the College Board. But there is the possibility, for example, if that's the direction of the board, we could also create an honors sequence of ethnic studies.
I think it would be, if we could do something like that. It just, the high flyers are always going to want something a little, as a father of high flyers, sometimes, you just want the little bow on top, you know what I'm saying? And sometimes, or you want the little star, whatever it is. But sometimes it is also the rigor, and it's also the depth. And I think long-term, it's also a way of, geography is, one way of mitigating the loss of AP geography, or kind of transition, is transitioning us between those two polar opposites, so we have something that kind of is offered there as well. And that's my suggestion with regards to that.
Thank you.
I have another question on curriculum. For the financial literacy, is the state providing any curriculum?
So there are curriculum outlines that are offered, and then there's areas of contents that have to be included within your curriculum. So we are looking at that. We're also part of that network at the San Diego County Office of Ed to explore the development of the courses. And then we would also have to look at the adoption for the text that would go with that.
Right, because back in my classroom, we used a program called BizTown. Because I used to teach that to my students, financial literacy. So I was just curious if the state had anything.
Yeah, at high schools, they normally do not have a list of required texts for curriculum, but they do offer suggestions. So we're vetting those as we go through them.
Okay.
Do we need to, is this an action item? We approve?
Yes.
Motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry, Dr. Anastasia, were you making a motion or asking for one?
I just said motion to approve.
Okay, I'm sorry, because she,
I thought you were asking for a motion.
That's what I thought. Thank you. Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. I'm sorry. That was my fault. There's speakers. I apologize. That was my fault because you went so fast.
No worries, no worries.
I'm sorry. Can we still take the speakers
Yep.
for
Absolutely.
G11? Thank you. Yumi Saeki? I apologize. That was my fault.
Hello again. As a member of the Joint Committee to review the graduation plans, I'd like to voice my strong support for the proposed changes to the various graduation plans that Dr. Alvarez presented tonight. Under Dr. Alvarez's leadership, the Joint Committee engaged in thoughtful and dynamic discussions regarding the complexities of each of the proposed plans. I support the option of having an adjusted graduation plan for the class of 2025 as these students continue to struggle with the lingering effects of the pandemic. I also want to emphasize the critical need for an approval of the alternative education graduation plan that has been recommended to this board. As a counselor at an alternative education school, I work with students who often arrive with significant barriers and in many cases, little belief that graduation is even possible. This alt-ed grad plan has the potential to relieve some of the pressures that have contributed to these challenges. It offers a more attainable path for these students who have faced personal, academic, and systemic hurdles. During our Joint Committee's recent meetings, the implementation of the alt-ed grad plan was a focal point. It was recommended that a smaller working group of impacted schools be involved in determining the specific details of this rollout. I look forward to continuing these discussions with Dr. Moore, Dr. Alvarez, and the alt-ed leadership to ensure that implementation process is thoughtful and avoids any unintended consequences. One key consideration is the timing of this change. I've spoken with my colleagues throughout alternative education sites, and we share concerns about making adjustments to graduation requirements prior to the student's senior year. Many of our students move back and forth between comprehensive and alternative sites, and abrupt changes to graduation plans could cause confusion and disruption. We're committed to collaborating on an implementation strategy that minimizes impact on students, families, and our comprehensive school partners. I'd again like to thank Dr. Alvarez for your leadership, to the committee members for their open and honest perspectives, and to the board for your thoughtful consideration of what is truly best for all students, especially those in alternative education settings who need the most support to reach the finish line. Thank you.
Angelia Arjona?
I'm back again, yay. So, so as I already spoke before about my mental health and basically how we need to change things, same thing with the California grad plan. So these are the key topics I want to bring up in case I forget later, so bear with me. First of all, it helps students recover credits and graduate. We have a lot of students who, from the knowledge that I know from my counselor, is that we have a lot of students that are not going to be graduating if this is not passed. I'm one of those students, and I've been begging my teachers to help me out because there has been a lot going on with both my personal life and school life. So luckily, right now, I have enough to pass if the California grad plan passes. If not, I will not be graduating this year. That being said, I will be having to take a GED, other alternatives, and that is all determined on the California grad plan. Secondly is it provides support for personal, academic, and mental health struggles. Class of 25 importance is without this plan, there's a lot of students who had the COVID-19 impact. Yes, the COVID-19 was, let's say, a couple years ago. It's been a lot of years that has passed. However, we have still had the same impact as every other student who had COVID during high school times. Reason being is we practically skipped middle school and went from elementary straight to high school. That is a hard transition because we need that middle school to create social skills, to create emotional skills, to have better intelligence for the upcoming classes, and to have a better understanding. Another thing is, oh God, that's loud. Sorry. Another thing is, with the California grad plan, I've heard already good results, and I've heard that you guys were about to even vote. So I just wanted to bring this up one more time because this is a big thing for me and for a lot of students. And I came from about to not even graduate if I wasn't for the teachers that have dropped some assignments to allow me to have at least a passing D just to graduate, just so I can like have borderline passing, just so I can come here today to talk about the California grad plan and hope for you guys to vote for it. It has been really hard and it's been really difficult, especially with family, friends, CPS, police, it has been really stressful. And other teachers have seen how I keep saying that I need this mental health break, and it seems like an excuse, but at the end of the day, it's been really hard. And there is a lot of students who probably goes through the same thing. And I'm here to speak about it one last time. Just please consider all the students who need it, not just 2025, but there's a whole bunch of students who still have touched the topic of COVID-19. COVID-19, sorry. I'm like emotional, I haven't ate all day. Like it's been hard. So that being said, thank you so much for your time. Please, once again, consider it and vote on it. Thank you.
No further speakers.
Grab a cookie.
We got pretty far on the vote, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So are we moving on to the
Yes.
next item? Okay,
Thank you.
just want to make sure. Item H1, report on the release of the 2024 California dashboard.
Thank you, President Arancibia. So as you may be aware, the week following Thanksgiving, the California Department of Education released this year's edition of the California dashboard. And in this dashboard, it includes a number of variables and indicators in terms of how schools are doing. So Dr. Winters will proceed to give us an overview and really it's I think a demonstration of the efforts that have been made across the district. But more than anything, I just wanted to have Dr. Winters present this information with the caveat that assessments are not the end-all be-all. They're an indicator of what we're doing. They're not why we do what we do. However, having said that, again, it's an important indicator of how our schools are doing. So with that, Dr. Winters.
Thank you, Dr. Aguirre, and thank you, President Arancibia. Congratulations, and welcome, Mr. Lopez, to the board. I heard through the grapevine that you also bring something very important to the board, a sense of humor and fun. So I'm looking forward to that. Lord knows we need that. Not that we don't have it already, but we just need more of it. That's my point. Yes. Okay, I was supposed to read my notes. Don't ad lib. Okay, here we go.
I think,
Stick to the script.
excuse
yes.
me, Dr. Winters, are you saying we're boring?
Not at all, ma'am. Not at all. No, not at all. No. The
Just
California
wait-
dashboard.
Just wait till I get comfortable.
Yeah, the California dashboard does provide an opportunity for us to kind of look at the big picture in terms of progress of our district by these state measures. There are accountability system in the state of California that is derived by these dashboard measures. For districts, it's called differentiated assistance. I'm going to talk about that in a little bit during this presentation. For schools, it's either called comprehensive school improvement or targeted school improvement or alternative targeted school improvement. Those are the school measures, and I'll talk briefly about those. What I do want to highlight, which Dr. Aguirre mentioned, is that the dashboard gives us this overall performance of the school, but it fails to have us think of kids like Angeli, who spoke to us today, and the challenges they face, and the other young lady from Chula High, who spoke of taking a bus to Chula High, and other students who we know come across the border early in the morning. So it does kind of ignore those many factors that contribute to student learning that we know are important, but we do indeed address with the many services we provide. So I'd like to start by highlighting the state priorities that the state has provided for us. Chronic absenteeism only is shown on the dashboard for middle school. It goes through 8th grade. Things like graduation rate and college career are obviously only indicated by high schools. And suspension rate, though, is shown across the system. All of our schools will see a suspension rate indicator. The English Learner Progress Indicator is related to LPAC. So that's English learners making progress on the Annual Language Performance Test, or LPAC. And finally, the academic performance is SBAC, Language Arts and Math. And students take that only in 7th, 8th, and 11th grade. So those are the state priorities. There are some new factors on the dashboard this year. One of them, for the first time, you'll see science performance indicated. It will not have the cool color coding system. We'll talk about it in a minute because it only has 1 year of data or status. Next year, it will have both status and growth, so then you'll see the colors from red to blue for science as well. There's a new student group included in the dashboard. Long-term English learners are called out specifically. And the definition for those is a different definition than we've seen in the past. It's actually 7 years or more in the system are considered long-term English learners. And the college career indicator is different in 2024 in that it, like science, last year it only had 1 year of data, so it only had the color purple from very low to very high. This year it has 2 years of data, so it has both status and growth, and so you'll see our performance indicated on that one with one of those lovely colors. Speaking of which, this is really the way in which the state indicates whether we're making progress. And for every measure, for every student group, you'll get a color. And kind of an easy way to look at that is in the far right top of this graph, you'll see the blues. Blues are for those marks where either it's very, very high or there's a huge increase. And then green, likewise, you either have high or an increase in performance. Yellow, you can see the only way to get yellow is if you're at the medium level of a metric or if you're low and you're making growth. So the goal is to see lots of yellow, green, and blue, and to see no orange and red. Orange and red definitely brings our attention to an area of need, whether it's either very low or the growth is still leading to very low performance. So that's kind of the idea from red to blue. And I want to say that you're welcome to stop and ask questions at any time during the presentation if you want to talk about one chart as we go through it. And here is a quick one called the Student Group Report. It's kind of an overview of our performance across the district. And I'll bring your attention to the top row where it says all students. So the first color indicated is for the all students average on the metrics that are on the dashboard. And you can see yellows and greens across the board with one exception, the LP, which is that English Learner Progress Indicator. So that is one area of focus. We'll talk about that a little bit more later. Students' progress on the LPAC. We actually went down a little bit. I'll show you that metric in just a minute on the 2024 BAT dashboard. But across the board, you can see that there's a majority of yellow, blue, and green. There are some areas of need that stick out right away, and we'll talk again about that later. But real quickly, you'll see foster and homeless youth suspension rate and academics for English learners and long-term English learners and foster youth really stand out as the areas of greatest need. Now, I mentioned the differentiated assistance, which is the district accountability system for the state of California. Last year in the 2023 dashboard, all 4 of these student groups you see here met the criteria for differentiated assistance. And you don't want to meet the criteria. That means that we're not doing well. But as you can see in the 2024 dashboard, 3 of those 4 student groups no longer meet the criteria. We've made growth with those student groups, with the exception of foster youth, did not meet the criteria for, or did meet the criteria for differentiated assistance. And last year that was only 119 students. This year our current foster youth number is somewhere roughly around 60 to 65. So it's a small group of students that did not meet that criteria. I will say that even though we did not meet the criteria, these 4 student groups here are ones you're going to see on all of our site plans, all of our LCAP. They are still the student groups that demand our attention and have the greatest needs in our district. Here's kind of a summary of the all-student performance across Sweetwater and kind of areas of improvement we saw. Language arts definitely went up across the board. You can see 15 of the 23 schools are yellow, green, or blue. Suspensions and chronic absenteeism are both heading in the right direction. They're going down. 15 of the 23 schools in suspensions are yellow or green. And in chronic absenteeism, all but 1 middle school is yellow or better. And grad rate, very high as it's been in the system, though we are relying on the California grad plan for still about 1,400 of our students. Nevertheless, that grad rate is yellow, green, or blue for 11 of our high schools. So here's, I'm going to go over some of the student groups, beginning with the all-student group, and just sort of give you a quick snapshot of how we're doing. All students, again, all the trends are positive with the one exception of the LPAC, that English Learner Progress Indicator, that dropped about 4%. And so that is an area of focus. We'll talk about that at the very end. English learners, yes, definitely a need. In particular, it stands out right away, that red in academics, language arts and math is still, even though they did grow in both areas, just a slight amount. They're in the very low category. And so there's lots of room for improvement there for English learners. Yes, question?
Yes. On English learners, they put all of the English learners together. They did not separate the long-term English learners?
Correct. You'll see in this category of English learners, actually for the academic metric, it includes currents who are currently English learners, plus RFEP for the first 4 years are still part of this English learner category, which means the long-term English learners are a part of this group, but then they're also going to be called out in a minute. You'll see them as a separate group as well. So they're actually counted twice, the LTELs. Homeless youth, you see homeless and you'll see foster as well. That suspension rate is still an issue for these students. It's disproportionately suspended for homeless youth. There's some growth in the chronic absenteeism and grad rate, but the grad rate is still quite low for this group of students. I highlighted this group, socioeconomically disadvantaged, because they tend to do quite well in comparison in Sweetwater. You can see most of them, the categories are yellow and green, with the exception of math, which is low. But we tend to do quite well for students who are deemed socioeconomically disadvantaged. Another group I'm proud to highlight in Sweetwater is African American students. All the trends are positive, and in fact, in the 2022 dashboard, they met the criteria for differentiated assistance. This now is the second year in a row where they have not met that criteria, and the growth is solidly positive. You may remember our presentation last spring for many of the activities we've done to support African American students, and that's one of many things that I think has contributed to their growth. So we've done some PD with, for math in particular, to support African American students. So we see lots of positive trends. Like the other 4 student groups, we don't lose sight of the fact they still have great needs. That doesn't mean that some of these students in this student group are not succeeding, and we need to support each and every one of them. A student group that is absolutely in our focus at all times is students with disabilities. And they did not meet the criteria for differential assistance, but as you can see, academics is still quite low, and that college and career indicator is one that's low as well. And so there's one of the areas that we've been working across our system is how to increase the number of students who are in the least restrictive environment. And that really has been a system-wide effort. We have seen some growth in that area, but still much work to do. Hispanic students, it's important to mention about 70% of our students are Hispanic. So seeing them all yellow shows that for a vast majority of our students, this Hispanic group representing them, they are making progress or heading in the right direction. So here's those long-term English learners. Once again, that's students who are 7 years in the California system or more, and still English learners, and you can see the academic performance really is a great need for that group. And they had pretty much similar results on the LPAC as all English learners, a bit of a drop from the year previous. And foster youth, the one group that, as you can see, did not meet it for 2 categories. The academics is considered one category, the language arts and math together, and the suspension rate for them is why that student group did not meet the criteria for differentiated assistance. And certainly Dr. Estrella, leading that team to support foster youth, is there to improve the performance of those students. So in summary, you saw a lot of data there. I think there are 2 ways we sort of looked at this data right now. Understanding this is not data that surprised us. This is from the last school year, and this is December. So it's a bit of lagging data, very few surprises in the data. But we did take some time to meet with principals over the past couple weeks since it came out to talk about what can we do now this year, because the 2025 dashboard is based on data that's going to start produced in February for LPAC and March and April for SBAC. There's not a lot of time to impact the data now. Yes, question?
Is the data disaggregated by schools? And do you get the data disaggregated? And with regards to the ELA, then, I should say, the English learners, what pockets or clusters are actually doing better than others in terms of the transitioning and the scores of the kids that are English language learners?
So off the top of my head, I couldn't tell you which schools. I can think of one in particular, Southwest Middle, that's had some excellent progress. And Mar Vista Academy is another one, because I work closely with the middle schools. So from school to school, we have seen some progress. What we did with principals over the past couple of weeks was talk about exactly what they're doing now and can do before the end of the school year. One thing we have added to their plate that we haven't done a lot of things with is familiarity with the exam. And there's 2 ways to do that. You can go into the TOMS CAS system to provide that.
Yeah.
But also in the new formative platform, we have some access to practice items for the LPACs. We've made people aware of that as another way to kind of get students and teachers familiar with the expectations of the test. But we constantly want to study where we see pockets of excellence for those students.
Yeah, 'cause I think the idea was to get that, copy that, and actually, take it to different places, see what administrators and teachers are doing in terms of,
Absolutely.
Get the achievement where it needs to go. Okay, thank you.
Yep. So again, the focus on what we want to do now, it's about LPAC familiarity for all schools. It's about monitoring quality instruction. We talk a lot about interventions, which are very important to do, But the one thing we do every day as students are in front of teachers for numbers of minutes every school day, we want to make sure that is the one place where teachers feel supported and administrators have the skill to support teachers to improve quality instruction. And I mentioned tutoring at the end because we have done a lot of Hey Tutoring. You've seen an increase in that Hey Tutoring contract, and many of those supports are related to language arts for English learners and math in particular. So I should say English learners and math. So we're continuing that and really doubling down on that tutoring support. And secondarily, we looked long-term, like where do we go from here? How do we make sure we're analyzing our system in the spring when we get ready to write 25, 26-year site plans? We want to focus on empathy interviews, which we have done in the past, but we often have done those very randomly, like we'll grab a group of students from advisories instead of intentionally looking for those student groups who we know are of greatest need. And so we're going to provide the support so sites can do those empathy interviews and empathy circles, focusing on students with disabilities, foster youth, homeless youth, et cetera, to know how they're being supported in the system. Do those root cause analysis, both at the district level and site level, focused on those student groups. And we're going to make sure that each site has a real clear instructional focus in 25-26 and supports that classroom instruction that we mentioned earlier. Those are kind of our next steps. Yes, perfect. Last one is questions, so step right in. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I have actually gone through the California dashboard and I've looked at all of the schools.
Yep.
And to my surprise, there is a large or difference between ELA scores and the math scores. And all of our math scores across the district are looking for improvement. The only one that was reasonable was Eastlake High, but all of the other ones. So my question is, should we take a look at our curriculum? Because obviously our curriculum in math is not doing the job. Is that a possibility, or when is the adoption for math up?
Well, as far as the curriculum, I can defer to Dr. Alvarez, who can talk about that cycle and where we're at with math.
So the math curriculum that we currently have, which is the college preparatory mathematics, was adopted in, I believe, 2014 for the district. It is still aligned with state standards and the framework. I think one of the elements that we look across the board, when you look at data across the state, math scores across the state are much lower than the ELA, the English Language Arts scores. However, there are things that we can look at in terms of what is actually being taught in the classroom, are the instructional guides being followed, what instructional strategies are being used so that students are understanding those mathematical concepts. So that is something that we continually work with. We're working with the San Diego Research Foundation, with UCSD. We worked with Dr. Wesson through the African American program to support instruction for our students in a different approach. So looking at cognitive learning for our students. So I think there are a lot of things that we continue to do to try to address those areas and those gaps that we have with math instruction.
I use CPM as a classroom teacher, and one of the hardest things is that that program doesn't cycle skills. It's sort of taught in one chapter, and then it's gone, and you don't see it for five months. And then when it comes up, it's like reteaching it again. And that particular program is built with a lot of literacy in there and a lot of cooperative learning groups. And if we cannot collaborate with each other, then that program falls and is really not doing the students the service that they need. So maybe...
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. So the way that it is structured, it is a spiraling curriculum. And so there are times where, for example, you might be doing algebraic equations. You'll see that at the first semester for a 2-week unit, and then you may not see it until a subsequent time in the second semester, and then you'll see it in IM2 and Integrated Math 2, then you'll see it in integrated math 3. So it kind of builds on those concepts, but that is one of the items that teachers and districts do look at in terms of that curriculum, is how can you make it better. The literacy skills, it is a very language intensive program, and so you do have to mediate, you do have to support and provide those scaffolds within the curriculum so that students can not only access the content language, but the academic language and discourse for the content itself. That's absolutely critical. And then that component of tying all of those factors together and building structures within your classroom so that you can maximize those structured student interactions and cooperative groups to provide the supports for the students. So there has to be a lot of front-loading, supporting, building those scaffolds. There's certainly a lot of things that we're continuing to do with math instruction, bringing in the university professors, trying to look at how students learn. We're talking to students to really try to move that needle forward. And there are some sites that have done fairly well on mathematics. It's not just one site. We do have some sites that Olympian has done very well on mathematics. Eastlake has moderate growth. There are some elements, both at the middle school and high school, where there's been some growth, but we need to accelerate that growth.
Exactly.
This is just a report, correct?
Yes, but I do have one speaker to the item. Yumi Saeki.
Hello again. Thank you, Dr. Winters, for that comprehensive overview of the dashboard. As a high school counselor, I'm encouraged by this year's report, which shows improved high school graduation rates for many of the student groups. And while there is still work to be done, this upward trend is a positive step. However, as Dr. Winters pointed out, the data on our homeless and foster youth tell a different story. I won't recap, it's been a long night, so I won't recap all the data points, but I did have a chance to review the dashboard for the student groups since 2018, and I've seen consistently for the homeless and foster youth subgroup, they are consistently in the red and orange. And this is why I'm urging the board to consider reinstating the counselor on special assignment position that specifically served homeless and foster youth. It was a position that existed and was previously in place, but later defunded. We know that this position works. The COSA provides essential targeted support that directly addresses the needs of our homeless and foster youth. The responsibilities of our COSA for homeless and foster youth included tracking student performance. We're talking about academics, providing direct support, meeting students and families where they're at, collaborating with school staff to make sure that there's a network of support for these students, leading professional development. As a counselor, I can say that we have not had a professional development on how to support these two student groups since the loss of our COSA for homeless and foster youth. They attend site meetings, and they are ultimately the bridge that connects these students and families to the basic supports that they need to survive. This is not a theoretical solution. It's been tested, and it's been proven to work. Without it, our foster and homeless youth will continue to experience higher absenteeism, suspension, and academic challenges. But with it, they have a dedicated advocate who ensures their path to success. I ask that the board reinstate this vital position. Our foster and homeless youth deserve a champion dedicated to their well-being, and the COSA role provides just that. The data is clear, the need is urgent, the solution is ready. Thank you for your consideration.
No further speakers.
Okay, so then we will move on to item J7, report on and approve the 2024-25 first interim report with positive certification indicating financial obligations can be met during 2025-26 and 2026-27.
All right, thank you for that, President Ancibia. I'll ask Dr. Salkel to present this information. Dr. Salkel.
Thank you, Dr. Aguirre, and good evening again. So we're presenting the first interim financial status report for the period of July to October. It's looking at our actuals. I'll go here to the next slide. Jump here. According to the Ed Code, it's another statutory requirement that is due today. So we look at the actuals from July to October, and then we adjust our budget projections going forward through June. It is the board's first time for this fiscal year to then certify, looking at the 3-year window. It's this current year plus 2 years after, in terms of the district's ability to meet its financial obligations. So as noted here, we have positive, which is the 3-year term that those 3 years can be met. And then qualified indicates that perhaps one of the years may not be, and then negative, unable to meet the obligation. So we'll go through the details and then indicate our recommendation at the end. And so we've just highlighted here the timeline, and I'll go through the details here on the next subsequent slides, because we are in a unique point in terms of our variables. As you heard me share in the past, it's always a point in time. But as we're working on this for first interim, we're relying on the data from the governors or from the state approved budget over the summer from June to July. And then also just in a few weeks, we're going to have the governor release the budget for next year. So some variables are going to change. And then plus we're working on our enrollment numbers. Those will be also certified next month. So some things will probably change here within the next month as we prepare for the second interim report, which will be brought forward to the board in March. So I'm going to jump to some assumptions highlighting those moving numbers, especially as it rolls into the local control funding formula, which is primarily the revenues. One indicator that we're receiving at this point in time that we'll await in the upcoming weeks when the governor releases the budget on January 10th is the cost of living adjustment, because that's a key factor in the revenue projections for the out years. As noted in our 25-26 column towards the bottom, you see that COLA is 2.93. That's the factor that we were relying on based on the state adopted budget and then guidance from School Services of California. Early indications from the Legislative Analyst Office is saying that it could be 2.46%. But recently we heard from School Services of California, because there's already 6 of the 8 available factors in going into the COLA calculation, that it might be as low as 1.96. So with that said, that could possibly impact the district's revenue, and it has a compounding effect into the out years of about $10 million. So it's something we're going to be closely monitoring when the governor releases the budget next month. There is perhaps some opportunity at the state level with the governor or state legislature to possibly augment the cost of living adjustment. So that is something that we'll be looking forward in the upcoming weeks. The other factor here to highlight, and Sweetwater's not alone, it's other districts up and down the state as well, have not fully recovered with their average daily attendance. Pre-pandemic levels, the district's average daily attendance was 94%. We're still holding it in about 92%. And so that's about $3 to $4 million annually that are revenues that cannot be captured because of those prior to the pre-pandemic levels. Again, so just highlighting the key factors here on this slide, because that's what could evolve here going into the next month or so and then into second interim. And with that information, I'm going to jump then to kind of our side-by-side reporting. As you can see here, revenues are pretty static, just some slight changes as we saw some interest earnings with the county pool, the funds in the county accounts. So we booked a little bit of some interest income. So our revenues are pretty unchanged in a sense. Where you see the change is in expenditures, and I've got that footnoted there on the right. That change of about $10 million, if you recall, is attributed to the LCAP. When we built the adopted budget, we assumed about a $40 million carryover. So that was what was rolled into the adopted budget. When the district closed the books and brought forward the unaudited actuals in September, the number was closer to $50 million. So after now unaudited actuals, we needed to make that adjustment of $10 million. So fund balance was a little bit higher, but then we offset the expenditures with the intent to spend those dollars before June. So that's primarily the key change since we brought forward, since adopted budget to the first interim. What we highlight here is our multi-year projection. And as you've heard me say in the past, the district is deficit spending, but we've approached that in a way that we are utilizing the reserves, specifically that declining enrollment number. So based on these projections now, you can see in that last year of 26-27, that will be around $60 million. So we've continued to deficit spend in those out-year projections, but utilizing the reserves. One thing to also note, we brought this forward during adopted budget, that out-year of 26-27, we're going to be monitoring that closely because of the average daily attendance threshold. When we brought that forward in June, it was right below 30,000, which triggered in that out year that the economic uncertainty will no longer be 2%, it would be 3%. So we had to make that adjustment in June. Given our numbers as we've been looking at the enrollment and the average daily attendance, we've now kind of flipped just slightly above 30,000. So this might happen with our reporting cycles, that we're kind of going up and below that threshold. So then that's why you see now it's reflecting 3%. Okay, so that's the other change. Other than that, all of our cash flow and there's a solid account balance in cash flow, so we can meet those obligations. And then our restricted funds, Fund 11, which is our adult school, it does have a fund balance, but there is a plan that's been shared with the consortium to spend some of those funds with capital projects. So that's been earmarked there. And as well as Fund 13, the funds there's about a $4.9 million plan that's been approved by the CDE to also spend that down. That's been factored here. So with that said, with all of the funds, you have in your packet the Standardized Account Code Structure Report, which is known as the SACS. That's where we need the action on tonight, so that can be submitted to the county office tomorrow morning to meet the statutory requirements. And as noted here, is we are recommending a positive certification, although there's a deficit spend, but we are utilizing the fund balance so we can meet those obligations within that 3-year window.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sacco. Can I get a motion to approve, I guess?
So moved.
Second.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Excuse me. Lopez?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
And we move on to O2, which is compensating for the missed meetings, correct?
Yes, this one is a resolution for Ms. Emerald. Staff would recommend she abstain from the item.
Move to approve.
Second.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Abstain.
Lopez?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 4 yes, 1 abstain. And O3,
Yes.
if I may, is the
Yes.
reso for Ms. Lopez Zepeda.
So moved.
Second. Yeah.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Emerald?
Yes.
Lopez?
Yes.
Lopez Zepeda?
Abstain.
Solis?
Yes.
Motion passes 4 yes, 1 abstention.
And with that, we close up the meeting. Thank you all. Have a happy holidays, folks.
Happy holidays, happy New